You don't choose to be on this level. See, it's cruel, but you'll be back again. Yeah, well, you'll be back again. I'm coming for more. I'm coming for
back in the city, it's time, ain't no turning back. Rewind, it's all or nothing, put it all on the line. I see it, I want it, I take it, it's mine. It's a Super Bowl, who you got, who you rooting for? You remember with us, yeah, we toe to toe. Look and see them, they shoot, man, they losing hope. In the city, but I got with me, yeah, the pressure on, still calm in me. All the blood, sweat, tears hard on me, but the highs and lows making harmony. Hold up, whoa, y'all are not hearing me, whoa. It ain't no fear in me, I hear them cheering. 60,000 in the stands, 100 million tuned in. It don't get any bigger than this. It don't get any bigger. It don't get any bigger than this. Touchdown, do my dance, whoa. 60,000 in the stands, whoa. It don't get any bigger than this. Couple ends with the NIL. You can tell my opponent I wish him well. I'm a big deal with it, can't you tell? Got him maxed out in the NFL. Couple rings and mementos. Whole team keep it 10 toes. Got my head high at the same time. Keep my head down, gotta stay low. City, but I got with me. Yeah, the pressure on, still calm in me. All the blood, sweat, tears hard on me. But the highs and lows making harmony. Hold up, whoa. Y'all are not hearing me, whoa. It ain't no fear in me, I hear them cheering. 60,000 in the stands, 100 million tuned in. It don't get any bigger than this. It don't get any bigger. It don't get any bigger than this. Touchdown, do my dance, whoa. 60,000 in the stands, whoa. It don't get any bigger than this. It don't get any bigger.
Tonight, on Countdown to Green, we look back at the action from the Clash on the Beach. We preview what's ahead in the Harvest Cup. And we've got wheels to give away through Logitech G. All of that and more, coming up on Countdown to Green.
Good evening, race fans, and welcome to iRacing's Countdown to Green, presented by Logitech G, for the third tournament of the 2025-26 eNASCAR College iRacing Series, powered by Play vs. College League, the Harvest Cup, live for the virtual Iowa Speedway in Newton, Iowa. James Pike alongside Taylor Burris and Blake McCandless, ready for the last tournament of the calendar year in the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. But this may also be, Taylor, the toughest track we go to on the entire calendar as well.
You're talking about a track that has multiple different grooves, not as bumpy yet it is. We usually see it in the past because, of course, the new scan with that bottom groove paved out significantly. So it's going to provide a little bit of difficulty for some drivers. I was watching a little bit of practice, and drivers were struggling to try and hold on for dear life.
This track, though, is unique, Blake, and especially if you're looking at it from a driver's perspective, you do have different lanes to run because of the progressive banking. So you've got options. It also might be the track where your performance may be more in your hands here than anywhere else we go visit. So there's that flip side as well.
Well, I think you continue on the thing of how difficult this track is. Just look at the track as these drivers are making their final preparations for qualifying, as they go through their practice laps here. The difference in this track is in the pavement, right? You have this fresh pavement that was laid down a couple of years ago in the real world. That has a lot of grip. These drivers can utilize the progressive banking within that strip of asphalt to try to make moves and to make speed. But you get outside of that on the straightaways, on the backstretch here, and on the front stretch as well. That is still the old pavement that was the original pavement and scan that iRacing had of Iowa. And it's bumpy. It doesn't have grip. It's the exact opposite. So it's a very, very difficult balance to try and get a hold of.
A little bit tricky place, Iowa is, but it also brings out the best of the best. And a reminder before we get any further that NASCAR 25 is now available for PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and Series S, and Steam as well. The Gold Edition includes the full base game and the Season Pass, which includes a variety of in-game currency and bonuses, especially for those of you trying to get started in career mode, as well as 3 DLC packs containing over 230 paint schemes and fire suits. You can visit NASCAR25.com for more information on how to get your hands on that. Was just racing a little bit earlier at Michigan in the ARCA Menard Series myself. It's a little bit of a preparation, I guess, before we get going here, but a lot of fun that we've had with NASCAR 25. Blake McCandless, a lot that we can talk about this evening, but let's start by taking a look at the schedule and what is going to come in this college series.
It's hard to believe we're already kind of moving forward to the third or fourth race or so of this 2025 eNASCAR College iRacing Series schedule. We've arrived here at Iowa, and of course looking forward to the races ahead that will be in the spring semester when we get to Michigan, when we get to Martinsville and Homestead Miami Speedway. But a wide range of racetracks. We go from the world's fastest short track, as they like to call it here at Iowa, to a track that is the exact polar opposite in Michigan International Speedway, followed by another short track at Martinsville Speedway, and of course the 1.5 mile at Homestead. So a lot of variety remaining in this 2025-26 season.
Tons, I think. I think that might be an understatement where we say a lot of it, because you've got 3 very different tracks there. For those of you who have not been following the college series in 2025, Taylor Burris, this is a look at the new tournament format that we've introduced for this season.
Absolutely. Well, it all starts with the 10-day period for people to go and utilize the time attacks. We then take the top 120 times to go head-to-head in this tournament. Right now, we are in week 1, which means we will take that 120 and condense it down to the top 39 drivers after multiple heat races, LCQs to kind of determine that group of 39 drivers. Then, of course, when we come back next week, we'll have the finals and the semifinals to determine who will be from that 39 driver group to 25 that will make the final race next week, where the top 6 will earn scholarship funds.
And everybody that makes it to week 2 is going to earn points for the season-long standings, which we'll get to a little bit later on in tonight's program. But we're filing that away as well, because that can be a very, very big piece of things that I think, especially in this tournament, we're going to start to see some movement, because we've had drivers that have had success. We've had drivers that have run well in the first 2 tournaments. But if you can bank points in all 3, you're going to give yourself more than a decent chance to try and go claim the season-long title and maybe take over the throne for Logan Clampett as the College Series champion. Here's a good look at practice going on. You see some of these drivers in our first group putting down some laps, getting ready to go. Worth noting that even though they have been snaked upon their qualifying time, Blake, that all these drivers are going to re-qualify within their groups. So how you got in doesn't necessarily matter. It's what kind of time you throw down in this session that will determine your starting place amongst the heats.
And speaking of time throwing down, look at the leaderboard that we have. A total contrast to what we had the last couple of races when we were at Charlotte Motor Speedway, when we were at Daytona, that the time gap from first to even 20th in this session is quite large. It speaks to the difficulty of this racetrack.
While we get ready for proceedings, a reminder to all of you that registered drivers who compete in at least one attempt during a time attack event in the College Series will automatically be entered for a chance to win a prize pack, including a Logitech G923 True Force racing wheel and pedal set for the Xbox or PC, and iRacing credits. More information and full rules on the giveaway are available at pcl.gg/pages/eNASCAR. Also worth noting that if you register in this, you have a chance to win a wheel, but you will go away with a College Series t-shirt. So you're going to get something if you put your name in the hat and register, but you could get something more if you end up one of the lucky ones. And also worth noting, it's that time of year again. It's the biggest iRacing membership sale of the calendar year. The Black Friday sale started up last week. It runs through December 2nd. 50% off of all new memberships and 25% off of all early renewals and reactivations. You can find out more information on that at iRacing.com/Black Friday. Taylor Burris, I think it's maybe a not so secret amongst the community that when you're looking to renew your membership, Black Friday sale is always the time to do it. That's the way I've done it for almost a decade, I would say.
I already got that set up for me and renewed my membership, so we're good to go. Speaking of which, another great thing that's coming out on December 2nd is, of course, the new iRacing arcade game, and I gotta say, this game is gonna be phenomenal. I know we're talking about NASCAR 25, but this one that iRacing Studios came up with is gonna be one to keep an eye on. It's a fun, laid-back game that's gonna help and improve some great racing action. Of course, consoles coming out in early 2026. Blake, I gotta say, from some of the tracks and car combinations we'll see in this game, this is looking to be one.
Absolutely. I was playing this game years ago when it went under a different name, and iRacing has continued to work on it and improve it. And like you said, it's very fun. Surprising how the physics play in this game. The tire wear, how you drive your line, all those things come into play. So despite the fact that it's a casual, fun game, very, very entertaining for somebody that's also a hardcore iRacer to pick up and play as well.
Also worth noting, if your eagle eyes were paying attention, you did see shots of the Miami International Autodrome. That is also going to come to iRacing proper in the near future as well. Let's take a look here at what we have on tap tonight. It's time to turn our attention to Blake McCandless for our Logitech G-Track analysis.
Well, like we said here at Iowa, the big thing here is the progressive banking. Since they laid pavement on this track, you've been able to run low, you've been able to run high, and despite the fact that there are some patches of asphalt that are newer than the rest of the racetrack, that will remain the same for this track that opened again in 2006. Most of that pavement from 2006 still adorning the laser scan that iRacing has for us tonight. And again, Parker White, gotta say I'm surprised. I would have thought it was Steven Wilson who was the previous winner here at Iowa in the College Series. Once again, University of Maine at Augustus Parker White won this a year ago. That trend will not continue this year with him not competing here this afternoon. So another new winner that we'll see tonight at Iowa Speedway.
Your memory doesn't totally deceive you because Stephen Wilson controlled a lot of the race last season in Iowa, but a late race caution came out, and Parker White was able to take advantage of that to go to victory lane. So it's not like Wilson wasn't fast, but that's a storyline from the past. Let's turn our attention to storylines that we will be watching this evening. Taylor Burris, starting with the continuation of the story between the two most represented schools in this competition, between the University of Northwestern Ohio and the University of North Carolina at Charlotte.
Absolutely. These guys have been going head-to-head. A total of 14 trucks are going head-to-head in the Harvest Cup tonight. And, of course, the last 2 weeks that we saw this tournament happening, only 3 from both schools were able to make it to the finals in week 2. So it's going to be a tight fight. Mostly it has been University of Northwestern Ohio that has taken the crown amongst these two schools. But could we see UNC Charlotte rebound, Blake? I got to say, they got to go up against some new schools, though, to try to make it to the finals.
I know we talk a lot about this rivalry, but how about the new schools that we're seeing out here? We've had so many compete over the course of this semester, and now we have some new schools coming into the fold as well. Kansas State University, the University at Buffalo, University of Florida is here represented as well. West Virginia, the Mountaineers will be out here competing this evening at Iowa Speedway, and the University of Maine. So many new schools, of which 17 are included, 23 new drivers coming out for this time attack. They've passed through that round, and they'll be competing with us here tonight. So despite the fact that, yes, we'll talk about championships, we'll talk about points, we still have a lot of drivers that are still eyeing that scholarship money that have yet to do so far this season.
And speaking of some of them new schools, if they do well, even have the chance to win next week in the finals, that could propel them up inside the top 15 in the point standings. That's how close it is in this championship. Even though Basin, who was our season opener winner, won that, he didn't make it in the finals from last time out at Daytona. He still sits 12th position in the championship. So you never know how this could all play out, and especially at a track like Iowa. A lot of drivers could think they can make it into the finals, but in actuality, it could cost them the chance of moving on, Blake. And, of course, one thing we have to keep an eye on is a driver who's looking to continue with that run, and that is Jose Salas Jr.
Well, again, there's multiple ways that you see drivers have collected points this year. Some of them have been able to perform quite well. Some of them have made it quite difficult on themselves, but have yet been able to power through. And that is the story of Jose Solis Jr. this season, that despite the fact he has run every eligible heat or LCQ that he possibly could have run, and he's the only driver up to this point that's been able to make both features that can say that about their season so far. He's completed the most miles. Our team went and looked at 508.5 miles he's competed in so far through the first 2 events of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. So Jose Solis Jr., there are many different ways to do it. I'm sure he wouldn't like for it to be so difficult, but nevertheless, he's made both features and looking to do the same yet again tonight.
I have to believe he'd like to break that streak and make it a little bit easier for himself this evening. Taylor Burris, final thoughts before we get ready for tonight.
Who's going to survive here at the Harvest Cup with many different grooves of racing? Spinning off turn 2 will be one to watch as well. Stay tuned to see the action here momentarily.
Blake McCandless, what do you think?
I would say restarts. Be sure to watch these restarts, especially that lower lane. It's out of the asphalt. It's on the old asphalt that's bumpy. I think we can see a couple of hiccups on some restarts with some drivers getting through the gears throughout the course of the night. So one thing we'll definitely have to keep watch of.
I'll add that entry to turn 1. That can be a tricky spot here. Has been in the past. We'll see if it plays out that way tonight. Thanks for watching iRacing's Countdown to Green, presented by Logitech G. We'll take a break. We'll be back with round number 1 of Tournament 3 in the eNASCAR College iRacing Series.
Sometimes you got to get back to your roots. Remember where it all started.
Is it all a fever dream?
NASCAR Thunder 2000.
Our goal was simple. Make it authentic. The stories.
And there's a fight using lessons learned from his father.
The fans. the rivalries, that feeling of being part of it all. That's why we went to work on this game. We've heard you. It's been a long time since we've had a game that captures what the sport is all about. Well, time is now. This one's built for the fan, for anybody who wants to experience what it's really like. All right, let's go. From the sound to the speed to the venue.
The Daytona International Speedway.
Back at Darlington Raceway.
All there's left to do is fire it up.
Racing isn't just a game. It's a way of life. Every lap, every moment. Practice is about consistency. Winning doesn't come easy.
Yo!
My turn, Bubba.
Feel the road. Own the race. Logitech G wheels and pedals available now on Amazon.
For the University of Calgary's Connor Yarashak takes the win and takes home the class on the beach.
The time is now, now's the time. The kid on the rise, the top spot. When I see it, it's mine. I celebrate, yeah, I'm taking a fine. I can't tame, can't put me in line. Gotta focus, standing on business, it's no emotion. Full speed with it, can I coast to the championship, bring toast.
Tournament 3 takes us to the heavenly cornfields of Iowa, home of the Harvest Cup. The playing field has been reset. 120 drivers looking to survive and advance.
The time is now, now and never. I can't look back. It's mine forever. I'm ready to stack. It's like the let on the team on my back. The time is now, now and never. I'm making it count. Counting times and counting me out. Straight out the mud, I'm making it out. I gotta get it. The time is now.
Good evening, race fans, and welcome to iRacing's coverage of the third tournament for the 2025-26 eNASCAR College iRacing Series, powered by Play vs. College League, the Harvest Cup, live from the virtual Iowa Speedway in Newton, Iowa. So much on tap for you this evening. I'm James Pike, joined by Taylor Burris and Blake McCandless. It is week 1 of Tournament 3. We go short tracking in the College Series for the first time in 2025. Taylor Burris.
Absolutely, and what a short track that we're going to see, the fastest short track here in the NASCAR racing, and it's going to provide some exciting action for today's drivers. And who can survive some of the chaos here in the cornfields of Iowa? Well, we're about to find out.
Plenty of chaos, I imagine, will ensue. But Blake McCandless, this is also a track where this is very much in your hands if you're a driver. I would argue more so than either Charlotte or Daytona. So if you've got skill, you've got talent, this is a place where you can really showcase that and make a case for yourself, make a run up the point standings.
More so than the other tracks that we visited, but again, it's this bracket. It's something that's totally different. You have to be able to survive each and every round that we've seen. We mentioned even Jose Solis Jr. doing it throughout this 2025 season. Hasn't been easy, and we've had some drivers that they even missed the feature at Daytona. They're looking for a little bit of redemption tonight at Iowa.
For those who are just joining us for the first time in the College Series in this season, we've adopted a new format. It's tournament-style racing. So tonight, we are focusing on that middle column. 3 groups this evening, first-round races, last-chance qualifiers, and second-round races. We're whittling the 120 that advanced from the time attack last week down to 39 that will make it into our second week of the tournament proper and potentially into the semifinals and the finals. Taylor Burris, so much that you can take from this when you look at it. What's the biggest thing that stands out to you, especially with Iowa in mind?
Well, I mean, one thing to keep in mind is just trying to pace yourself in these heat races that we're going to see happen here today. As we said, we're taking 120 and then going down to 39 drivers by the end of the night. As we take a look at the schedule, this will be the last race of the winter calendar of the 2025 year calendar. As Iowa will be back for next week's coverage for the conclusion of this event before we take our winter break and return in February, where we head to Michigan, Martinsville, and Homestead to wrap up the spring semester in 2026. Exciting tracks to include along with tonight's action here at Iowa.
4 very different tracks, I think, when you look at them. The speed of Michigan, the tight confines of Martinsville, the mile-and-a-half nature of Homestead, Miami. But tonight, it's all about the 7/8 mile track in Newton, Iowa. They built it in 2006, and they have indeed come to the fastest short track on the planet to contest the Harvest Cup. We are almost set to go with Group 1 action, the first of 3 that you are going to see this evening, as 120 drivers will compete over the course of the next few hours, and at the end of it, 39 will make it into week 2 of competition. It is time to begin with our first group of the evening. Group number 1 will take to the track first and will get us going here at Iowa Speedway. So it's the first part of the bracket we're looking at. This will be the yellow portion of the bracket. That blinking indicator shows you where we are in the tournament proper. Get ready to kick everything off. We'll come back to that over the course of the evening. But for now, Dylan Alt, Sacramento State Coach Series veteran with the fast time and all of qualifying 22.770 seconds to put him P1 in Heat 1. Nick Dyer from the University of Maine, the Bear, will roll off from second. Connor Trafari, one of the many from UNC Charlotte, the 49er, starts third alongside Jose Solis Jr. from UConn, the Husky. We talked about him a lot in pre-race. Oklahoma's Mario Miranda starts in the 5th position. 6th on the grid is the Longwood Lancer, Jeremy Burns.
Moving on into row number 4 from Converse University, the Valkyrie of Jake Cummings, followed by 2 of Purdue University's drivers of Noah Hindley in row 4, with Logan Wilson in row 5 alongside Thomas Coonan from the University of Missouri. Moving on to row 6, it's the USC Golden Knights, the University of Central Florida of Tanner Ledford, alongside University of North Carolina at Charlotte, Alexandru Papademetriou, who will be in 12th position.
Back in row 7 is John Sauer for St. Thomas University, starting 13th. 14th to go to Daniel Kabadzin for Miami-Dade College. Malachi Drake for Liberty University. The Flames roll off for 15th. Jeremiah Taylor from Belmont Abbey College will start in 16th. Vondon Henderson from Domain University starts 17th. And Tanner Patterson, representing Newberry College, will start heat number 1 in Group 1 from 18th.
Final 2 starters on this grid. Aiden Smith from Central Piedmont Community College out of Charlotte, North Carolina, rolls off from 19th. And the Florida Gator, Colby Jackson, I guess he might be chomping at the bit, per se, to get going from 20th on the grid. Taylor Burris, do I need to see myself on that one out already?
Well, let's hold your breath on that here. He's got quite a bit of work to do, but hopefully he could work his way up into the transfer spot, which is right here as we take a look at the Logitech G race analysis. 25 laps is the event distance here tonight. The top 8 advance to the second round. 9th through 20th head to the LCQ.
So you got the opportunity to make this easier on yourself with this. I think that's the biggest theme that's come through, especially in the first 2 tournaments. It doesn't necessarily get particularly crazy, but you can cut out some of the fluff of having to go through the LCQ if you run well in these first round races. So Blake McCandless, as the resident driver here, as someone who's able to watch a lot of practice as well, what are you looking for as we start off tonight's program?
Well, the biggest thing is just how you can try to make up some time in traffic. Again, 25 laps here at Iowa isn't going to be enough where you're going to see any significant tire fall off. I'm sure those who are in clean air and have the of being up front will take advantage of that, but just how easy you could try to make your ground through traffic. I remember running in the Coke Series race here. It's difficult to do, especially on a short one, and everybody's going to be pushing really hard. And will we see that same type of aggression that we saw at Daytona a couple of weeks ago? Different racetrack, but I think a lot of drivers will carry that aggressive mentality over here to the cornfields in Iowa.
And you brought it up in our pre-race show, and I think it's a good point that we'll come back to a lot. How does the new asphalt play into things here in the turns? We've not seen that a lot in competition. That could become a big story as well as we get set to go racing. The first group takes the green flag. Dylan Alt leads them underneath the flag stand, and we are underway with week one of the Harvest Cup proper, and immediately Alt and Trafari get moving, and Nick Dyer didn't have the greatest. And Trafari's going to spin right in front of the field, hung on to it and saved it, but lost a ton of track position, and within half a lap, he goes from second all the way to out of an automatic transfer spot. That was very, very nearly a major disaster at the front of the field. Trafari, though, I think the only one particularly affected.
Yeah, also trouble for Nick Dyer. He got a jump start penalty, so he is currently black flag, has to serve that. That would also put him out of contention as well. So that technically will put Thomas Coonan in that transfer spot once Dyer serves that penalty.
Dyer now coming down pit road to serve the aforementioned penalty, and that does indeed move Coonan up to the transfer. The problem is that he's got a whole lot of competition with him and a whole lot of Florida in particular around him. 3 wide in the corner, contact down on the apron. One truck goes around. It's Logan Wilson who spins and gets stuck in the back, so he loses track position. And now it's the Golden Knight from UCF, Tanner Ledford, racing the Florida Gator, Colby Jackson, for the final transfer spot in 8th and 9th. And Trafari is settled in 10th, so he's part of that mix too.
Again, this is all happening well behind your race leader, Dylan Alt, who was able, I mean, golly, he's gotten a whole straightaway right now in just 3 or 4 laps. And what we were talking about on the pre-race show, restarts and how important they were going to be, that also kind of extends through the first couple of corners. When you're on these cold tires, they do not have a ton of grip, especially early here in sim time. Track temperature is not quite up yet. And you could tell these drivers, even looking at Mario Miranda, look how little he's actually turning the wheel. There's not a lot of movement there. So these trucks, which again, they're fixed setup, so everybody is on an even playing field here, but you can tell this is definitely a looser setup, kind of like what we saw in the Queen City Crown at Charlotte Motor Speedway. You saw a lot of drivers struggling a little bit free, and that's definitely the going trend here early in Iowa. Drivers have their hands full, but because their trucks are turning very, very well.
A lot of talent there at the front. We got a good look at the Oklahoma Sooner. Mario Miranda would love to change his bad luck. Did not make it into week 2 of proceedings at Daytona and the Clash on the Beach 1 month ago. This was the junior center of your picture. He has been a big factor in a lot of these races, but this is the battle for the transfer position, which is beginning to become a little bit more tangled because Tanner Ledford has run down the Missouri Tiger, Thomas Coonan, and Trafari and Jackson. Aiden Smith has made his way up 8 spots, one of the hardest chargers in this race, alongside Jackson just ahead of him. But Jackson and Smith trying to run down Trafari, all of them trying to run down Ledford.
Yeah, these drivers here are putting on a stellar fight for positioning here. As here comes Ledford down to the inside. He showed the nose briefly on Coonan, who, of course, Tommy Coonan, we've seen competing in multiple rounds this season so far in the tournaments, and has always made his way through. You ride now on board with Damon University's Vondon Henderson, as he is trying to work his way up through the running order. Currently sits in 13th. Has quite a bit of work to do as he is trying to hold on to that truck as best as he can.
Henderson making his debut in the College Series, currently 13th. You see Belleville Avenue's Jeremiah Taylor up ahead, and then this transfer battle that we've been talking about here. There's a little bit further up the road, you can see the side-by-side battle between Ledford and Coonan. And one thing I'm noticing, especially with the trucks that are racing in packs, is just how loose a lot of these trucks are running. As Connor Trafari now looks to the inside of Ledford to try and get the transfer spot. But there's a delicate balance, Blake, that you have to manage between trying to find a way to drive your truck with the rear and using the throttle to help rotate the car through the center of the corner, and then also completely fishtailing it and getting yourself loose. And a lot of these drivers are fighting the edge of that every time they go into the corner here.
Well, and one driver that seems to have figured it out pretty well is Connor Trafari, who, again, not the start that I'm sure he wanted to this heat, but I think showing the speed that he has, that he fell pretty much outside of the top 15, and yet here he is, recovered, probably gained 5 or 6 spots, and that damage that you do on the opening lap to your tires, that stays with you throughout these 25 laps. So the fact that he kind of lit them up that early, that's something that, you know, he's at a disadvantage compared to everybody else, but trying mightily right now to try to make that move. But you can see how that middle to outer groove here at Iowa, again, multi-groove racing is great, but it can make passing really, really tough. And with how loose we see cars and trucks on the bottom, Trafari right now has his hands full trying to get around Coonan for that transfer spot, as now they're going to try to do it 3 wide. And again, you have to know this too. If you're Coonan, you cannot run on the older asphalt. You're just asking to hemorrhage time up there. So if you're going to go 3 wide, it is going to be as tight as what you just saw right there.
Well, that 3 wide setup was all started because Coonan ran a little bit tight on quarter exit, coming out of 4, 1 lap ago, and caught the fence as he started to roll in the front straightaway. That's what brought Ledford and Trafari alongside him. They've sorted it out since, but one of those things where you might have to watch just how hard you press, because if you're Coonan, you not only are in the top 8, you've got some buffer tailors, so you don't necessarily have a particular need to push any harder than you are right now.
Yeah, you really don't. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, we're seeing that here with Miranda, Solis Jr., and Cummings. They're just not wanting to push the envelope. They're in the right spot. But right here, these drivers that we're seeing on the bottom racing for that transfer, they have to give it everything they got. A lot is still on the line for these drivers as they try to fight their way through, as we go on board with Colby Jackson, who is representing the University of Florida. Not the best year so far in college football, but looking to try to rebound a little bit, as they're currently ranked 10th in the AP polling for college basketball, as that's now getting underway as he tries to work his way and represent his college for the first time in this season of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series.
Don't know if I ever envisioned a world in which Florida would be more of a basketball school than a football school, but here we are. The Gators, of course, the defending national champions, as there's a little bit of contact there on the back straightaway between Ledford and Trafari, who are racing for the transfer. Coonan, if he can get away, can just let these two go at it for 1 spot. He'd be fine, but Coonan has not been able to drive off the front of this battle, so he still factors into it. I think if you're Coonan, you've got quite the challenge on your hand, because I think you're spending half of your time racing through your windshield and half of the time you're racing looking out your rearview mirror just to see where Ledford or Trafari might be.
Well, I think Ledford's kind of doing that right now. If you can gauge that, you know, he's looking at where Trafari's entering the corner, trying to take that entry away, but he hits the outside wall off of 4. And can Trafari complete the pass here in 1 and 2? He does. You can see him slide up, and now he's in control with that mistake that, again, is made on the front stretch. Because, again, the old pavement, it can shock you, because here you are in the corner, everything's smooth, everything's fine, and as soon as that asphalt goes old, you can see even the trucks on the front stretch and how they handle those bumps. So you can't run quite as close to the wall. It's a little more unpredictable with how the bumps are here at Iowa to be able to do that. So Ledford has to regroup here. He's got Jackson and Smith in the rearview mirror, and now 6 laps to go to try to set his sights on getting into the top 8, not having to worry about going through an LCQ.
Got 5 trucks in a line here. Coonan leads them. Aiden Smith, the caboose, as it were, and then Trafari, Ledford, and Jackson in the middle, trying to figure this out. They all have driven away from Jeremiah Taylor to the tune of about 2 seconds. So it likely is going to be these 5 fighting for what effectively amounts to 2 spots. And Trafari might want a little bit of extra track position for the second round race if he can get his way around Thomas Coonan. Looking to the inside with a big dive there, slid it a little bit in the corner. Gonna have to catch it on the way back up and make sure he doesn't run into Coonan, and will tuck back in line behind the Missouri student.
You got to be so careful with that, James, when you're coming onto the bottom like that. That car off turn 2 can get so loose. We already saw it time and time again earlier on, and now it's just a matter of how well it will play out, especially as we ride on board here with Ledford, as we watch to see what Trafari does. You see how far that car just travels up the racetrack here. Very critical to be careful with how much you put into that corner.
And how much do you defend from the high line too if you're Coonan? I think that also plays into things here. Yes, you've got the ability to run a few different lanes here, but if you can pinch Trafari on corner exit and take away the momentum that Trafari can build coming back onto the gas pedal, back onto the straights, it doesn't matter really where you run through the corner in a sense, so long as you can make sure that you take away that run or that mini run, I guess, that you would get. And Trafari wondering now if maybe the damage done to the tires from that initial slide and then just having to run his way up to the back. He's done a nice job of gaining positions, but Trafari may have burned up his stuff and maybe looking at an LCQ position. Is Dylan Alt there in the lower portion of your screen with a relatively easy drive through this first round race in Group 1 to come across the stripe and take the checkered flag. Alt, the first one across the line, and will advance directly into the second round. And in the end, Trafari was able to hang on, and Tanner Ledford is the first one who will go to the LCQ. Good look at Malachi Drake here, last driver on the lead lap, who is going to finish 18th for the Flames of Liberty University in this first round race in Group 1. Here's a look at the results. This is where you're going to see a little bit of shake-up and some change going into our LCQs in the second round. Alt, Melendez, Schultes, Cummings, Burns, Hindley, Coonan, and Trafari, the 8 that advance directly. Everybody else we'll see in the LCQ a little bit later.
Absolutely, and that's 2 Florida drivers that are going to have to try to do that in the LCQ as well. And of course, a couple of other, even some of the UNC Charlotte drivers are going to have to work their way through as they strata some issues in this heat race.
And worth noting, Jose Schultes Jr. makes it out and away from an LCQ for the first time in this College Series season. So the streak of competing in every potential session done in 2 tournaments. Here's a look at the grid for our first round race in Group 1. This is the second heat that will take place. Connor Yarashak representing the Dinos, the University of Calgary, and your winner at Daytona last time out. Starts on pole alongside Triton College's Adam Garza. Daniel Falkingham from the University of Maine at Machias rolls off third alongside Purdue University in Indianapolis's Jacob Bradley. Blake Wynn, another one of the Charlotte 49ers, starts 5th. 6th on the grid is Kettering University's Maverick Davis.
Moving on into row number 4 from East Tennessee State University is Matthew Burton, followed by our first driver from the University of Northwestern Ohio, Tyler Skozen. Rounding out your top 10, the University of Delaware's Julian O'Neill and Spokane Falls Community College, Ken Shearer in 10th position. Auburn University of Logan Smith and Charles Ete Boucher from Cégep Lemonnier is going to be in 12th.
Rolling off from 13th, Lane Graves for Wichita State. The Shocker going to start alongside Stuart Butler for Seminole State College of Florida. Jack Freeman will start 15th on the inside of row 8, the University at Buffalo, one of those new colleges we talked about in our pre-race show, as well as Cale Patterson, University of Central Missouri, represented in the 16th position. Michael Alexic will start 17th for Columbus State University, with Keith Thomas making up your top 18 for North Central State College.
Final 2 drivers on the grid. Daniel Nanny, the Ball State Cardinal out of the Mid-American Conference, and Griffin Salyer, the Bowling Green Falcons. So we've got some row 10 action all the way around on a Wednesday night, midweek action. Taylor, that sounds about right. I don't think it matters whether or not you're playing a sport or you're driving a race car. We're here for all of it as we get the opportunity to take a look once again at the Logitech G race analysis.
Well, we know rivalries are a key thing when it comes to college sports, and that is for the case here. Each one of these drivers have to be rivals with each other in order to be that top 8 to move on to the second round, while everyone else will have to continue with the dogfight 9th through 20th to the first round LCQs.
The work to do if you are starting in the back half of this field, but opportunities aplenty for these drivers as we get set for another 25 laps. And I think especially after that first heat, Blake McCandless, if there's one thing, if I'm a spotter trying to process things and communicate important pieces to note with my drivers, I am focusing on the initial start and making sure that you understand that lap 1, you're going to have cold tires. You're going to have to be careful working your way through 1 and 2 until the pressures build up and the temps build up too.
I mean, if you run C-Fixed on iRacing at all, you kind of get the struggle that a lot of these drivers go through, that typical out of turn 2, cold tires, looping it when it gets a little bit free, something that they're definitely aware of, and I'm sure many of those spotters communicating with their drivers, hey, use some of the tools you have at your disposal, like your brake bias, to be able to help you get through 1 and 2.
Opportunities aplenty and lots of racing that will be held over the course of this evening. Lots of storylines to shake out. How does this first round race in Group 1 fare? Connor Yarashak, Adam Garza had plenty of speed at Daytona. They lead us to green flag racing. We're underway with another first round race in this first group. Who has trouble going through 1 and 2 this time around? A little bit more stable there from the front of the field, and everybody largely together as they come on the backstretch for the first time.
How about this? A little bit more tighter, close competitor compared to we saw in that first heat race that we saw a moment ago, as we see Yarashak having to hold off Garza a little bit more as they go 2 by 2 a little further back as they dive it into one. Drivers now just trying to find their positioning to make the run as one driver goes way up to the top side of the racetrack off turn 2.
This has actually settled out pretty nicely here. Top 5, top 6 now. 7 actually. 8, I guess, if we're counting, have all made it single file. The battle starts really from the 9th and 10th position between an American and a Canadian in Delaware's Julian O'Neill and Charles-Étienne Boucher from Cézanne-Limoilou in Quebec. He is on the outside there in the black red truck, just at the back end of this picture, trying to make moves up through the field.
And he's been going back and forth, and if anything, early Boucher was kind of riding the outside line, kind of that third groove. We haven't seen a lot of trucks running out that high just yet, but also was kind of dipping those right sides into the older pavement. You could see that Auburn, Tiger, and Smith was doing the same there. And again, that's where it gets really difficult because you're looking for a little bit of clean air. I'm sure that's the line of thinking there. But it's so difficult, even if you barely dip your right sides on it. It's like driving over a block of ice compared to the grip that's in the fresher asphalt on the lower side of the racetrack.
It's a fantastic point to make as we go on board with Adam Garza and Daniel Falkingham, Triton College and the University of Maine at Machias, 2 drivers who are about as veteran as you can get in this college series. All kinds of experience competing in the old format, in the new format, and in that sense, not a surprise at all, I think, Taylor Burst, to see them running well early.
Absolutely. These are some of the top competitors that we see. One also is a current eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series competitor as we go on board with Julian O'Neill from the University of Delaware and the Blue Hens as they work their way through. Currently right there on the bubble for him as he tries to work his way up into the top 8. He's got to go head-to-head with East Tennessee State's Burton, who is currently holding that 8th spot.
Burton in 8th, O'Neill in 9th. Look here at the transfer battle. Boucher on the top side of Lane Graves, the Wichita State Shocker, working the bottom lane here. Looks like maybe a little bit of a slip up there indeed from Burton, who's going to lose a spot to O'Neill and fall out of the transfer position. So didn't quite see what happened to Burton to cause it to check up on the exit of 4 last time by, but Burton goes from in the transfer to out of it as we ride on board with Daniel Nanny, who is the hardest charger of this heat so far. Started 19th, up 7 spots now, and at 12th, trying to work to the outside of Boucher and follow Burton to a spot potentially in the transfer positions.
And made a little bit of contact with Boucher that last time, but you got to trust here if you're going to try to make this 3 wide work this early on, that you trust that everybody's going to be able to hold their lane. And I think you saw right there that not everybody knew that they were going to try to make that 3 wide work. Burton gets tagged and into the fence, and the driver out of Johnson City, Tennessee, representing ETSU, and the Buccaneers may have to regroup here and try to make it through the LCQ after that contact.
Oh, big moment there for Boucher. Just a little bit after that, had to walk it up the racetrack out of turn 2, lost the spot to Nanny, and almost lost the spot there to Cale Peterson. We'll keep an eye on that as we go back up the racetrack and up the running order, as Adam Garza and Daniel Falkingham have continued to contest a pretty good battle for the runner-up spot behind Yarashak.
Absolutely. As we watch these two do battle, Yarashek's starting to run away a little bit. But how about Jacob Bradley sitting there in the 4th position, making some decent headway on your 2nd and 3rd place driver of Garza and Falkingham? As we go a little further back, we're going to double screen it with that battle for 2nd, along with the battle for the transfer spot, because here comes Daniel Nanny, going to hip check his way a little bit up the track to try to keep O'Neal from making that pass on the outside.
And I think, Nanny's certainly been aggressive in making these moves to get to the front, but just with the way the format is and the lack of time you have in these races, Blake, that very much feels like a driver sort of playing the game, not necessarily I keep thinking of the hate the player, hate the game sort of maxim that we see so much, but Nanny just doing what he has to do to get a transfer spot because he doesn't want to have to chance the LCQ. If you know you've got this kind of speed, you might as well race your way in and make it easy.
Here these drivers use desperate a lot when it comes to driving in this style of a knockout tournament throughout this eNASCAR College iRacing series. And Nanny's showing you don't have time to wait around. Yes, we're halfway through or just past the halfway point of this heat, but being able to get up here to a secure position and have a chance to challenge in your top 8, top 9, you have to make those spots up early because every single driver that you pick off gets more and more difficult the further up the road you get. As we can see, Skozen right now, 7th, well in control right now to transfer should everything stay, as Graves starting to get a little bit smaller in the rearview mirror for the Wichita State Shocker. And Skozen, one of those drivers representing UNOH. We've talked at length about the rivalry that they have this year with Charlotte and trying to get as many drivers in. It seems as though Iowa is going much better for each of those two schools very early on in this heat and in this Harvest Cup.
It's going to be an interesting battle to watch because Skozen was a 10th off of the pace of just about everybody around him. Everybody ahead of him running 23.9s and some drivers behind him. Nanny in particular with a 23.9 ran a 24.0 last time by. Evened out a little bit more this time, but ever so steadily, especially with Nanny in particular, this group here from 7th, 8th, 9th beginning to coalesce and come together. So we could see some battles yet, even within some of the transfer spots. Nanny, though, on the other hand, still trying to race his way into the top 8 as Garza continues to fend off Falkingham.
Yeah, a really good fight here as Graves is trying to hold off Daniel Nanny here. Nanny is just now starting to inch up the competition a little bit here as he tries to find his way up through the running order. And as we watch here, Falkingham, he's pushing it a little bit to see if he can get around because it is an extra positioning here, a little bit here or there for certain aspects, just to see how his car feels in cleaner air. But the problem is right now is just he's settled in, trying to just get to those 7 laps here. Meanwhile, for Nanny, gotta kick it up a little bit if he wants to get around Graves for that 8th spot.
And I think another point to come back to, similar to what Connor Shafari dealt with in the first round race in this group, for as impressive as the charge has been from Nanny, how much has he burnt his tires up making the run to the front? And is there a limit to what you can gain if you put yourself in a hole from the get-go with a bad qualifying effort like the Canlis? I think that's also something that has to be considered in this too.
Oh, for sure. And considering the fact as well that, I mean, you can see even Lane Graves there struggling a little bit, trying to get a little bit of clean air on the nose of his truck to try to get it to turn. And you can see even right here, it's enough to give that truck a little bit of center rotation. And, it's only 25 laps, but even running the bottom is going to be a benefit to your tires, even in the course of a 25-lap heat. It'll pay dividends once we get next week and we're running a little bit longer in these features. But I think that's something, as we continue to move forward, these drivers having to balance how strong they are at each end because, yes, running the bottom will help save your tires, or at least it did in the Coke Series race here a number of months ago.
Seems like that's a general theme that I think is going to continue throughout this evening's competition as Graves continues to reel in Skozen. Skozen has continued to be about a 10th off of everyone else around him, and so that has gradually brought Graves into this battle for the transfer, and it's brought Nanny into the battle for the transfer as well as we come up on 2 laps to go in this first round race. So fireworks, I think, yet to come potentially for the last transfer spot As Connor Yarashak now well clear by a second and change at the front of this field with just under 2 laps to go.
I think Graves is starting to feel that pressure building up a little bit because Nanny is closing in. He wants to try to get around Skozen to give him that 1 truck buffer here with these final 2 laps. He looks to the inside to see if he can find that opening, but it might be too little too late for Daniel Nanny.
White flag there for Connor Yarashak. White flag for this transfer battle. And Lane Graves is going to have 2 shots realistically to try and get around Skozen if he wants the track position. If anything happens between them, Nanny would be the beneficiary as Yarashak will roll through 3 and 4 and pick up right where he left off. P1, first round race done for Connor Yarashak. He finishes off this first round race at the top in the transfer spot. Lane Graves was able to take 8th. He held on. Skozen held on to his track position. So we'll see those 2 immediately in the second round race. And Daniel Nanny will be the first one headed to the LCQ from this bunch. A look at the results of this second first round race. Yarashak, Garza, Falkenham, Bradley, Davis, Wynn, Skozen, and Lane Graves, your 8 that directly transfer into the second round. Everybody else from Nanny on will be bound for the LCQ. And speaking of the LCQ, let's get a better look at some of the drivers who will also be competing in the last chance qualifier. That is next up on the list. These drivers set to go and ready to go after it for their first opportunity to not get eliminated, as we have said time and time again during these College Series broadcasts. So everything's reset quickly, ready for our LCQ race. First time we're going to start sending some people home as we now get set to show you the grid for this LCQ. Ledford from Central Florida, Jackson from Florida proper, Orlando, Gainesville represented. A very Sunshine State feel to these first few rows. Taylor Burris.
Absolutely. Those are going to be some of the 2 favorites. And then, of course, we have Belmont Abbey and University of North Carolina at Charlotte represented there with Jeremy Taylor and Alexander Papadimitriou there rounding out the top 10.
Big names here that have a long ways to go. Cale Patterson, Michael Alexic, Stuart Butler, several that again have their work cut out for them here in this LCQ to try to make the show.
We saw Matthew Burton have a shot at a transfer and got loose and got into trouble in his first round race. Malachi Drake, also a driver with plenty of experience. And then Jack Freeman, the University at Buffalo debutant in the College Series, along with Ken Shearer from Spokane Falls Community College. All 24 of these drivers looking for an opportunity to advance into the second round from group number 1. But it gets a little bit trickier here because from a field of 24, only 10 Taylor Burris advance into the second round as we look at our Logitech G race analysis.
Well, yep, that is the case. The rule for this race right here, don't get eliminated. Be in that top 10. Otherwise, if you're 11th on back, sorry, you're going to start your winter break a little bit early for the most part, and we'll have to try again come February to see if you can have what it takes to make it to the finals in this event. So 25 laps, of course, and of course, the setup is fixed.
You make a really good point that I don't think we've talked about, honestly, enough yet. If you're interested, you can scan the QR code on the lower portion of your screen to register for the College Series or potentially $60,000 in scholarship prizes. And you can always visit pcl.tg/pages/eNASCAR for more information on that. But back to Taylor's point, this may be a little bit more important tournament from a mental perspective because if you do get eliminated, we're not back on track until February of next year. So you have to sit all the way through winter break and all the way through the beginning of your spring semester thinking about how this went. And for those who are trying to fight for, especially the College Series championship, I have a feeling, Blake, that could weigh on some minds a little bit heavier than usual, depending on how your run here at Iowa pans out.
For sure, it's not easy. You're always as good as your last race, and if it didn't go too well for a lot of these College Series drivers, it's the last thing they kind of want to do going into, these last few weeks here, final exams, getting their new classes in the spring semester. It's a time for change, but definitely something they don't want to have lingering in their head for the next 2 or 3 months or so.
Lights are off the pace car. 25 laps here to determine the final 10. Daniel Lanny will not have to make a run through the field this time. He's got fresh tires, and unlike his first round race, he's got track position, as does Tanner Ledford, who will lead the field to green here at Iowa. And a little bit of a stack up towards the front of the field. Some of the drivers a little bit further back. Aiden Smith had to check up and get out of the way as we go racing in the Hawkeye State. A little bit of trouble further back in the field. A few drivers up at the wall and in the fence, and 2 and 3 wide further back.
How about this battle for the race lead here and the battle for second, and already up on the outside. Daniel Nanny going to drop back to second as we see Ledford and company take over the race lead here in the opening lap. Jackson sitting comfortable in the third position as everyone else tries to jockey for that 10th position of Papa Dimitriou holding on to that spot for the UNC Charlotte.
A little bit of a duck to the inside there. That's Julian O'Neill trying to get underneath Aiden Smith. Best battle on the racetrack so far. Good look here at all the top 5. You got a little bit of action further back here. And Keith Thomas and Alexander Papadimitriou trying to figure out who wants that transfer spot at the moment. Taylor Patterson from Newberry just behind as Papadimitriou got the fence there right in the middle of the back straightaway. But a good look at especially Thomas's and Papadimitriou's trucks, because they do look relatively similar, but they aren't actually.
Yeah, this is pretty amazing to see how these paint schemes that we're working here, as you see, it showcases the colleges. It has, of course, the college name across the side. On the hood, you have the college logos to showcase your school colors, bring your school spirit, sing your fight songs as you try to see what you have, what it takes to move on into the second race later on and get out of this LCQ with a shot of moving to the finals next week.
And there are subtle differences between these trucks here. Some paint jobs that get different colors, a slightly different shade of green on some of these trucks, as it is just an absolute free-for-all back here as these drivers try and sort out who's going to make their way into the second round race. Good battle here a little bit further up the racetrack. You've got all kinds of action just about everywhere, and as it stands, it's Belmont Ivy's Jeremiah Taylor that has the last spot here. I know Taylor was struggling with a very loose truck in the middle of the corners, so trying to back down his corners and figure out how he needs to run this place to make sure it's okay. Trouble for Jack Freeman further back in the field. He spins out and around. That will likely end his debut in College Series competition, as Taylor got way up in the grace up and is going to slide out of a transfer spot.
Yeah, that's just being really aggressive, trying to make that speed all the way out there in that third groove. We saw Taylor there getting close a couple of times, but they are really close around this transfer battle. Like you said, one last chance to try and race before February, and now you could see Papadimitriou pretty much making the exact same mistake. We've seen so many drivers, more than I would have expected up to this point, that are getting high, that are getting out of that fresh pavement, and especially off of turn 2. We've seen a lot of drivers making contact as they transition off the banking. There's one, that's Sawyer, who was well inside the top 10, now no longer. Didn't hit anything, but did a lot of damage to that right rear tire. Just got loose on the front stretch, it would appear.
So this is between Malachi Drake and Jack Freeman on the bottom of your screen, and yeah, it's just a weird little situation where he came off the wall out of turn 2, came down just a little bit on Drake, and looks like the bumper's caught, and Freeman gets hooked into the fence. Off he goes. Night largely done there. Meanwhile, Papadimitriou has the transfer spot as it stands, so all of this from Daniel Cabazon all the way back. They're all fighting for scraps that won't really matter in the end, because Papadimitriou is the last one who would advance into the second round race.
Got a great battle here for the third position as we watch Canada versus Florida here. This is going to be a fun one to watch here, as Florida's Jackson trying to hold on to the outside lane, but Boucher holding strong, getting good runs on the bottom. But the problem is of how the banking transitions off turn 4. It's really difficult because the truck gets really tight as you work your way through. So you have to be careful not to get into the back end of your competitor as you work your way through. But for Colby Jackson, doing everything he can to hold on, not push the envelope. Still got a little bit of breathing room if you were to get passed by Boucher. So just be patient. A lot can still happen here in these last few laps.
Oh, there was a big moment there for Jackson out of the corner, and that will make Boucher's job easy to make that pass for the third position. And look at what happened to Griffin Salyer on the bottom of the screen, and we've seen that a million times already. Just got loose out of turn 4, tried to gas it up too early, ends up in trouble. Looks like Manzone's had a run-in with the fence. Now he's in trouble. Papa Demetriou has cleared all of this group fighting for 10th. Everybody that's a little bit further on back, you see the quartet just ahead of this group here we're looking at. This is Stuart Butler, Logan Wilson, and Tanner Patterson. They're even further back of the Taylor Butler group that is trying to fight for position. But again, Papa Demetriou ahead of this by about, call it now, what, second-ish plus? And Papa Demetriou well on course to transfer into the second round.
Man, what a big moment there, and continuing these big moments with these two drivers sliding around back here. Alexic and Cabezon right now off at 2. And you're really starting to see these drivers that I think, they knew this was going to be a 25-lap heat. They're going all out. They're getting back to the throttle super early on exit, and that's what's made them so loose. You can see that's the initial issue there for the Miami-Dade driver, and unfortunately for him, that right rear tire is just not cooling down at all. It's screaming, it's mad, and that is kind of the unfortunate part of it here, that you have these slides, you have these almost spins. It's great when you save it, but you really have to do a number to kind of counteract that, to cool that tire back down, or else you're going to see what so many drivers who haven't had a slide yet are still struggling with a very, very loose truck. So this and it's going to get worse. The in-sim time is only getting later as we go on. So these drivers, as the track continues to heat up and slick off, it's not going to get any better. It's only going to get worse throughout the rest of the night.
Really fun battles here between Taylor and Butler and Wilson, and then another good battle between O'Neill and Jackson and Aiden Smith, and a big stack up there a little bit further back. That looked like Alexic, I think, was involved in that, as was Tanner Patterson. So a few more casualties to the LCQ here. And that cleaned up a lot of the action there right around that 11th, 12th position. That leaves Taylor and Butler really the two fighting for positions. But again, all just continuously losing time to to Papa Demetriou, who's now up on Taylor, and now I guess Butler, who makes the pass there for 11th by 1.4 seconds. That's grown about 2 or 3 tenths.
Yeah, that's just going to be a tough fight here as we have Florida versus Auburn. Where have we seen this happen before? As these two go head-to-head, Jackson trying to do everything he can, but I think with the fact that he got so loose earlier on where Boucher was able to get around him for that third spot, those tires have not cooled off either. So that's why he's struggling for positioning right now. And that Auburn driver is doing everything he can to make sure he can get that spot, because this helps him a little bit into the second round race for them as far as starting positions to transfer.
I guess this is a proverbial rematch of sorts in the Final Four game that happened back in April, where the Gators came out on top, and the Gators are still on top as it stands. Though you can tell that Smith is certainly trying to change the narrative on that and work his way around Colby Jackson in some way, shape, or form.
More to go here. I would just say the biggest thing, don't make mistakes. We've seen so many drivers that are in a position to transfer and they get a little bit loose, that put themselves out of contention. And even through the first couple of heats, we saw that it was really difficult for drivers to complete that pass without a slip up from the driver in front. So you got a little bit of clean air here. If you're any of these drivers, even get a peek of Dale Earnhardt watching alongside with Stuart Butler for Seminole State College right now. But just be smooth here. No need to try to do anything too much. You got that transfer battle that's about a second ahead of you right now. With 2 to go, you're not going to be able to drive your way up to that. You just have to be steady and just hope that something works out in your favor.
So, coming to 2 to go here. Everybody in pretty good shape. Not really a major transfer battle for trying to get into the second round race per se. It's all about track position and all about this group here with Jackson, Smith, Thomas, and Dyer. This is all for starting position effectively in that second round race, and always a benefit here. I think we saw Daniel Nanny struggle once he burned up his tires, having to run from the back to the front of his first round race. So certainly I think would not mind with any of these drivers if they could get a little bit better track position, as Tanner Ledford, the Golden Knight from the University of Central Florida, rolls out of turn number 4 with ease and will take the LCQ and advance on into the second round race. And here's a look at Papa Dimitriou, who will be the last driver to transfer in from Group 1's last chance qualifier.
Well, that'll put 2 drivers from UNC Charlotte to go up against the 1 driver from the University of Northwestern Ohio. Kind of similar to how the UNC Charlotte team is men's basketball started off their season, 2-1.
Ledford, Nanny, Boucher, O'Neill, Smith, Jackson, Smith, Thomas, Dyer, and Papa Dimitriou. So both Smiths in that bunch made it through into the second round race. Here's a look at the drivers who have wrapped up their proceedings in the Harvest Cup and will go home earlier than they had hoped, as we don't spend any time waiting. Drivers now getting set to grid for our second round race, the final race of the evening for Group 1. Top 13 are going to advance from this field of 26. So the top half of this group of drivers will move on into next week. Dylan All to get on pole. Yarashak starting the outside. Heavy artillery at the front of the field when it comes to speed. And then Solis, who got to skip an LCQ for the first time.
Moving on, of course, we've got a Jake Cummings, of course, making his return here to the second round, along with Jeremy Burns. And then, of course, Blake Wynn from the UNC Charlotte right there in row 6.
Thomas Coonan, somebody that I think we can watch. Tyler Skozen as well. Surprised that he wasn't a part of this as well after an early mistake. See Daniel Nanny as well, able to get through his LCQ up into this feature as well.
Boucher with a strong run, one of his stronger runs in the college series with the shots advance here. O'Neill, we'll see what kind of speed he's got. I know after Charlotte, I think he'd want a little bit of redemption. And then Alexander Papadimitriou from UNC Charlotte alongside Nick Dyer from the University of Maine. Those two, the last of the 26 drivers that are competing for a spot in next week's proceedings as we once again look at the Logitech G Race analysis.
A little bit different scenario here. We're going to double everything, go 50 laps around here at Iowa Speedway. And, of course, it's going to be the top 13 that will advance to next week's big show. From 14th to 26th, it's basically head back to class, think about what you can do during the winter break, and, of course, don't get eliminated for each one of these drivers. That is what's on their focus. It's time to crank up your fight song. Get yourself ready to go racing for 50 laps. Endurance is going to be the key here in this second round race.
A little bit longer go round here at Iowa in the second round. So you're going to have to manage tires too, I think. There's, I would say, probably an even greater penalty, Blake McCandless, to getting loose early, having any sort of lap 1 incident because you push a little bit too hard on corner exit. Really a big opportunity, I think, to burn stuff up and give yourself a nightmare to deal with, because we don't expect tire changes in this second round race.
Not at all. And how many times have we seen drivers have either big gains or big losses, even through just, the first 3 or so features, heats that we've run so far tonight? You're able to make up a lot of ground on restarts if you have a good one, but you can also make some significant mistakes if things don't go your way. So these restarts, incredibly important. Again, no yellow flags as you've seen throughout the night, but also 50 laps. I think we're going to see a much different approach with that being the case, because we saw how loose and how much everybody was struggling when the run was only half as long. Now we're doubling that. So this is going to be really interesting to see the different approach, and I think you're going to see that different approach as soon as we take the green flag.
Going to have to think a little bit bigger picture. As much as I know these drivers would love to have track position, you're doubling the race length compared to your first round race in this group that you had to go through. So you've got Yershak, you've got Garza, you've got Alt, you've got Miranda amongst the top 4 drivers as we get set to go green flag racing in this second round race. Group 1's final race of the evening underway, and off they go here in Iowa. Solid start for Dylan Alt. Big moves there from Garza. Goes from the top to the bottom to try and find track position. Buckingham working the high line to the outside of Garza. Trying to work his way a little bit more solidly up into the top 5 with Solis Jr. just in tow behind.
Already drivers now got to settle in here. What can we see happen as we go 3 wide off turn 2? Several drivers just hanging on for dear life right there as it's a UNC sandwich right there amongst the Missouri driver of Coonan as Wynn and Trafari try to work their way through contact around, and that's 2 UNC drivers involved.
Coonan takes out both the Charlotte 49ers, and one of them smacked the fence pretty hard. It was Blake Wynn who got it. Coonan goes up on the fence. Trafari's the one that's able to continue, but Coonan is likely done, and Blake Wynn probably done as well. Coonan was the one who got loose initially and ends up in the fence, and that's night over for at least 2 of them, arguably all 3.
Doesn't matter where it's been on the racetrack. It's been off of 2. It's been off of 4. We've seen issues on the front stretch, on the back straightaway. Doesn't seem to matter where it has been. There have been issues and problems for these drivers. And we knew this was going to kind of be the case, right? We went to Charlotte, kind of more of a traditional 1.5 miles, then Daytona, which is kind of a unique beast in its own. But this was going to be the first track that was really going to challenge drivers. And even we saw it in the early practice sessions, the separation between some of our top contenders and those that were just going to be lucky to try and make the show. It's very evident who has their trucks under control early on here at Iowa. And, you know, no shocker here that we see some of the cream of the crop that we've talked about for years in this college series, 2 of being Connor Yershak, current points leader that right now runs in second. Mario Miranda, been competing in this series for a number of years for Oklahoma University, or the University of Oklahoma. He's running 3rd right now.
Super Mario with work to do, and this is where the nature of this new system, I think, really could play into really the strategy and the way you approach this. Yershak, of course, winner of the Clash of the Beach. Miranda did not make it into the final, so there's a points gap that's been created. So I guess the question outstanding, especially from Miranda's perspective, is when you've got somebody like Yershak around you that you know you need to gain points on, do you press hard in this race to make a point, or is it more about just making it through? It really only is a mental thing at the end of the day, because you requalify in the second week session as well. So it's not like your finishing position here will carry over, but there are mind games, certainly, I think, that you can play Taylor Burris if you so choose.
That's the thing, if you so choose. I think it's more of a focus of just trying to get to the end of this race. Staying in the top 13 is what's going to be mostly on the mind of these drivers. Once they do that, that means then they can start going for the points next week, where it really counts. And one of those drivers we're going to watch as well is Poptown, North Carolina's Jake Cummings from Converse University, who having a little decent start to their season in college basketball. Have a little bit of work to do, but hopefully they can progress their way up through the runnings in this season as we watch them work their way through in the top 10.
Leaders now working their way around the lap machine, and Thomas Coonan, who was caught up in that incident over on the front straightaway a few laps ago. I know that'll be hugely disappointing for Coonan, who I think had that was really close there with Falkingham. Falkingham just about shoved him out of the way there as they came together on the exit of the corner. So that could have been much bigger than it was, but Falkingham makes quick work of Coonan, and Coonan out of the way. But I think a very bitter pill to swallow for Coonan, given that he was in the mix to transfer at Charlotte as well and ended up in a similar situation. And here we are, second round race right around the transfer bubble at Iowa. And yet again, he's ended up in an incident where his opportunity to advance largely now is done and dusted.
Remember in the Coke Series race here back at Iowa, 60, 70 laps or anywhere in that 60 lap range was where drivers were blowing tires. And that's not going to be the case here. We don't have quite as drastic of a tire here with these trucks as we did, coming with these next-gen cars a couple of months ago. But that just shows you the degree of which these drivers are going to have to save. And like we mentioned earlier on about how that bottom groove was going to be able to save your stuff, just look at the line everybody's running compared to what we saw in the 25-lap features that we had so far tonight. Pretty much everybody running in a line, trying to utilize that bottom side of the racetrack right now to try and save a little bit of tire right now. You can see this is Burns for the Longwood Lancers right now, holding off Henley, Davis, and Nanny, who are just behind, all right now in the top 13 as things run at the moment. Skozen just gets in. O'Neill, who's been around the cut line a lot tonight, just kind of hanging out right now. Again, early in this race, and again, you can take a much different approach when this isn't like the finals that we'll get to next week, James, where yellows can come out, things can change. This is going to go green to the end. So, like many of these drivers who have competed on the official side of iRacing over the last couple of years, you almost approach this like an ARCA race where you have to approach this like you're going to have to go all 50 laps, like you're going to have some tire at the end to try and race with, because that's exactly what you're going to have to do.
Yeah, again, it goes back to the sort of bigger picture mindset that I think you're going to have in this, that you just can't assume that you're going to get any sort of break to really split this up one way or another. You're going to have to make sure you've got a decent truck now, and if that means maybe taking off some pace at the beginning of the run to save some pace for the end of the run, I think that's a trade-off that some of our more successful drivers are looking at, and I think a lot of the drivers that transfer Taylor Burris, that's a trade-off that they most likely are going to make. But don't tell that to this group here. This is Julian O'Neill, Aiden Smith, Nick Dyer, Lane Graves, all of them just behind Tyler Skozen to the tune of about half a second for the last transfer spot into next week.
The thing is, you don't want to be battling too much amongst yourselves right now, because the more battling you're doing, the more likely Skozen is going to get away. And that's one of always the biggest questions that every single racer has when you're in this kind of situation. When you're trying to go for a transfer spot, do you battle with the group of drivers around you, or do you try to work together, settle into a group, and start making runs up to the driver? This is a driver we're watching, Tyler Skozen from the University of Northwestern Ohio, and so far he's going to be the first one that will make the run for this comes up against UNC Charlotte, because none of the UNC Charlotte drivers are going to be making it in right now. UNOH should be the first one to bring their team in, and they're so far been the dominant team when it comes to that school rivalry.
This is maybe in the most literal of senses, especially looking back at that camera off the rear deck light of Skozen's machine. You versus all the drivers you were told to worry about, because all of them are trying to take that track position away from you. Lane Graves looking to the inside of Julian O'Neill to take the 16th spot away as O'Neill continues to slide further back in the pack. Graves with a nice run up here. But Nick Dyer, I think, maybe one to keep an eye on as well. Dyer's come up 11 spots from where he started, which was pretty much at the back of the field, and Dyer just ahead of this group as the two Floridians, these two I think have been just about attached at the hip throughout the whole of this first group. Colby Jackson and Tanner Ledford representing Florida and Central Florida. So those two continuing to fight. Trafari's just there behind them, and I'm not quite sure. Trafari with a little bit of damage to the right front of his truck. I wasn't sure how much he got in that incident with Coonan, but still trying to fight and hang on just in the event that something crazy happens in front and it opens up an opportunity to get to 13th. You never know. You just sort of have to carry on and keep on keeping on to give yourself a chance.
Unfortunately, just taking any damage there, we could see maybe Boucher got a little bit of damage there, a little bit of tire smoke. We kind of saw this in the initial LCQ, or the initial heats that they were in, that Boucher got a little bit high a couple of times, and we saw some tire smoke. We see it again, but you do not want any damage, just a little bit of right front damage. And we've seen a lot of drivers, even Boucher once again off of turn 4, gets a little bit of the wall, and you pick up a little bit of right front fender damage, you could spell the end of that. It changes the handling of your truck so much, especially at a place like Iowa, where yes, it's a short track, but still being able to maintain your momentum through the center of the corner is so very important.
Good look at Julian O'Neill trying to fight Colby Jackson for track position. You got C.L. Smith just ahead, and this is a battle further up the racetrack. This is for the 4th position. Garza, we ride on board with on the inside from Triton College. It's the University of Maine of Machias. It's Daniel Falkingham to the outside. While they continue to battle, a reminder that registered drivers can compete in at least one attempt, or complete at least one attempt rather, during a time attack event in the College Series will automatically be entered to win a prize pack, including a Logitech G923 True Force racing wheel and pedal set for the Xbox or PC, and iRacing credits. And more information and the full rules are available for that at pcl.gg/pages/eNASCAR. Those who register are also going to go away with a College Series t-shirt as well. So, at the front of the field here, if we want to reset at the halfway point of this, we've just cleared halfway of the second round race. Dylan Alt has managed to leapfrog Connor Yerashak and has started to open up a little bit of a gap. It's 3/10 between Alt and Yerashak as it stands. Then Miranda, then Falkingham, then Garza. Let's say Solis Jr. 6th, Jacob Bradley 7th, Cummings 8th, Burns 9th. Handling your top 10. Davis, Nanny, Skozen in a good fight for 10th on back. Those three, the last that would transfer at this point.
One thing to keep an eye, though, right now is that battle for the transfer. Dyer is starting to close into the back bumper of Tyler Skozen as we ride on board with Daniel Nanny, who has caught up to Kettering University of Davis, who makes contact there with Hindley as Daniel Nanny has to check up a little bit, try to find an opening to get around, and he'll now look to the inside to get around Davis for position, as it is close for comfort amongst them, and Nanny moving up an extra position.
Makes me wonder, did Maverick Davis push a little bit too hard in the opening 25 laps of this second round race? And is he one we might need to keep an eye on? Blake McCandless is somebody who may have pushed a little bit too early and pushed too hard and may fall down the running order.
Might be the case. We'll see. If anything, it helps. You're getting a little bit of cloud here, cooling down the racetrack a little bit, giving it just a little bit more grip, so perhaps a little bit of reprieve. But you got this transfer battle going on directly behind him. Skozen holding on to it over Dyer right now as we ride on board. A lot of drivers utilizing that bottom lane, and again, you can really start to see who has done a good job saving their tires and who hasn't, as Dyer looking to the inside, but again, still establishing a good position there, trying to apply the pressure to Skozen here for this transfer spot.
And a reminder that Nick Dyer had that start violation in the first round race in this group, so he's had to run his way all the way back and all the way through this field to get a spot, and he is right on the edge of advancing into round 2. What a way to rally for Nick Dyer if he can get around Skozen and make his way into the second round races after fighting through the penalty that started off his evening.
It would certainly be a big boost right there for the Maine Black Bears. Their men's basketball team, unfortunately, not starting off that well with an 0-3 run so far in the basketball season here. They do have a good matchup though later on as we watch Falkingham work his way up through at one of the Maine at Machias University as we watch their way through. And so far, Miranda's going to try to fight him a little bit for position. Miranda looks to the inside, tries to get his nose, but it's not going to work out. Falkingham retains the 3rd position for now.
Falkingham still P3. Miranda now having to deal with Adam Garza on that high line a little bit further back. There's your battle for the transfer spot. Nanny, Davis, Skozen, Lane Graves is starting to work his way into this fight ever so slightly. Graves now with the 14th position, first driver on the outside looking in. So Skozen one, I think, to watch, especially because Skozen really struggled with pace in the second half of his first round race in the LCQ. So is Skozen maybe a little bit more susceptible than most, or has Skozen figured out something to find the 10th that was missing a little bit earlier in his lap times to maintain a spot amongst the top 13? Graves continuing to peek to the inside, but not alongside Skozen yet.
It has to start. You would hope if you're Graves trying to chase down Skozen that it can take 7, 8 laps or so to really set up a pass if Skozen doesn't make a mistake. So you're hoping these next few that whatever you've kind of saved, whatever you have left in the tank in terms of tire wear to be able to use up, you're hoping that starts to play into your favor. And if anything, that Davis starts to fall back to Skozen. Again, if you're Graves, you got to utilize every advantage that you can, and hoping that, Skozen's line gets taken away here. If there's a little bit of dirty air that can be applied to Skozen's truck, any and every advantage you can get is certainly going to help. And it looks like for now, Graves, again, a little bit better, trying to keep that nose to the bottom right now. But again, time's running out. You have to give yourself some time to try and make this pass, as this is a couple seconds back. 16th and 17th, Boucher looking to the inside. You see Smith just behind them. This is about 2 seconds behind where that battle for the transfer is. You can see them exiting turn 2 right now for the transfer, and 16th right now leaving turn number 2.
Boucher pacing the Smiths, both Aiden and CL. Aiden runs 17th, CL is 18th. Boucher, Charles Boucher, out of Quebec, 16th. So all trying to chase down Skozen, who at the moment has the last spot. But Graves continues to apply the pressure to Tyler Skozen as the Wichita State Shocker now right on the rear deck lid of Skozen. About as close as Graves has been. First real look down on the inside. Skozen will get the run off the corner if he can maintain momentum. But this is continuing to get tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter still.
I gotta say, Graves is doing everything he can. He gets good on corner entry, but can't quite seem to close the deal because of the momentum that Skozen is carrying on that outside lane. Great for drive and defensive driving that Skozen is doing here in these closing laps, but Graves is giving it everything. But does he have the tires to make it? We're about to find out.
Is the opportunity there? I think that's the biggest question on hand for Lane Graves. And is there enough tire? Is there enough car? Is there enough driver after 42 laps already up on the board to finish off this pass and get a spot in week 2? There also might be the question to ask Blake McCandless of how bad do you want it one way or another?
We'll see what those desperate moves are going to be here with just 7 or 8 laps to go. Up front, you can see Garza and Falkingham still kind of duking it out for the 3rd position. Again, and no real need to push the issue here too much. I know you kind of brought the point up earlier. Does it really mean anything? And honestly, it doesn't. You just want to be able to get through and hope that when you get the reset that next week provides in the semifinals, that you're able to nail a good qualifying lap, give yourself the track position, because again, with the speed difference between all Irashak, Falkingham, so many of these strong drivers being so little, you can see exactly how Falkingham's able to deal with that. It's just take his air away, and you can see how much an advantage that's played out for Dylan Alt over Connor Irashak, who dominated early on, but just being able to utilize that clean air has been able to build up about 1.5 seconds of a lead. Garza looks like a friendly battle going on here, but still plenty of room given. No need to push the issue too closely.
I love that clean air point because it makes me wonder if you are the spotter for Tyler Skozen further back in that transfer battle, are those notes that you can take and you can apply to the way you approach this racetrack? Can you sort of change the way you drive? Not necessarily to give yourself the fastest laps on the board, but just to take the air off of Blaine Graves' nose so that there's no way you can build up a run. Here's a look at Daniel Falkingham trying to go to work. Adam Garza on the right-hand side, continuing to fight each other for the 3rd position. Both of them in position to advance into next week. So this is more of a pride or a friendly racy battle, I guess, as it were. But no need to go crazy for either of them because they both are going to be racing next week as it stands.
Maybe a little bit of fun, a little camaraderie between the two. I heard them talking on the radio a little bit here as they try to race. They got plenty of room to work with, basically. No need to push the envelope, but still put on a good show for us here to watch as Mario Miranda sits there in the catbird seat watching on to see what he can do if he can join this party at 2 and make it a little bit of a triple threat amongst the competitors as they work their way off turn number 2.
This gets very intriguing here for these three, as Tyler Skozen's been able to walk it out on Lane Graves a little bit. Graves did not have a good lap last time by, so that gap now is actually up to 0.4 of a second, and it leaves the battle that you see on your screen as the best one on track. We may have seen our stories for Group 1 sorted, done, and finished off here with a lap and a half to go.
Yeah, it's looking like Skozen's just been able to pick up the pace a little bit these last few laps. You can see everybody on the bottom line in front of him, so he's got a little bit of clean air to run that outside line to be able to utilize all of it. 7 or 8 truck lengths, probably going to be too much for Graves to try to make up.
Good look here at Dylan Alt. Clear of Connor Yoshack by 1.8 seconds, and Dylan Alt is going to go 2-4-2 in Group 1. Won his first round race, wins the second round race, and we will see Dylan Alt in next week's action here at Iowa Speedway. And there is a look at Tyler Skozen, who's able to hang on, maintain the track position, and Skozen is the last driver that will transfer out of this first group. Is there across the line is Tanner Ledford to finish off this second round race and finish off everything in Group 1 this evening. So all of these drivers you see on screen, Taylor Burris, all of them will be competing in week 2 of the Harvest Cup. Mission accomplished for all of them.
Very much so, and we got some great colleges represented here. Of course, Dylan Alt from Sacramento State. We have 2 of the Purdue drivers making it. Longwood of Jeremy Burns, Jose Salas Jr. He doesn't have to worry about going through too many or more races like he did last time out, as he will be in 6. And then, of course, as we look through the rest of our final 3 drivers, Tyler Skozen getting that last position to be the first of our rivalry drivers to make it in for the representing University of Northwestern Ohio. No UNC Charlotte drivers making it into next week's event from this group of drivers.
They had that big issue. That story, I think, written out largely by the way things panned out with the incident with Thomas Kuda. That caught up a fair amount of UNCC drivers and changed the course of their Group 1 completely. But all these drivers done for the calendar year in the College Series in the back half of this race. It is all Dylan Alt in Group 1, as the Sacramento State driver was able to claim both of the races he competed in this evening and will be one of the 39 racing for scholarship money here in the second week of action in the Harvest Cup from Iowa Speedway. Just about as impressive as it gets. As remind you all that the Black Friday sale for iRacing has started, and it will run through December 2nd. Gives you the opportunity to pick up a new membership for 50% off to the service, and it gives you the opportunity to renew your membership early or reactivate it for 25% off. It is the best time of year to re-up your membership if you are the iRacing community. And for more information on that sale, you can go to iRacing.com/Black Friday for more information. That is it for Group number 1. We will be back with action from Group number 2 on the other side of this break as the eNASCAR College iRacing Series powered by Play vs. College League continues from Iowa.
Sometimes you got to get back to your roots. Remember where it all started.
Is it all a fever dream?
NASCAR Thunder 2000.
Our goal was simple. Make it authentic. The stories.
There's a fight using lessons learned from his father.
The fans. The rivalries.
Got into the side of the truck.
That feeling of being part of it all. That's why we went to work on this game. We've heard you. It's been a long time since we've had a game that captures what the sport is all about. Well, time is now. This one's built for the fan, for anybody who wants to experience what it's really like. All right, let's go. From the sound to the speed to the venue.
Daytona International Speedway.
Back at Darlington Raceway.
All there's left to do is fire it up.
Racing isn't just a game. It's a way of life. Every lap, every moment. Practice is about consistency. Winning doesn't come easy.
Yo!
My turn, Bubba.
Feel the road. Own the race. Logitech G wheels and pedals available now on Amazon.
This portion of the broadcast is brought to you by Logitech G. Through design, engineering, and a love of driving games, Logitech G takes racing simulation to another level. Logitech G, the official wheel and pedals of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. And by Play vs. College League, the largest collegiate community bringing in the new era of esports for students across the country. Learn more at pcl.gg. And by NASCAR 25. Available now on the PlayStation Store, Xbox Store, and on PC with Steam. For more information, visit NASCAR25.com.
Welcome back to coverage of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series powered by Play vs. College League. And a reminder that if you are registered to compete in at least one attempt during a time attack here in the College Series, you will automatically be entered for a chance to win a racing prize pack, including a Logitech G923 True Force racing wheel and pedal set for the Xbox or PC, and iRacing credits. And more information and the full set of rules are available at pcl.gg/pages/eNASCAR. Also, if you register for that competition, you will get the eNASCAR College iRacing Series t-shirt, regardless of whether or not you win the wheel. And to do all that, you can scan the QR code at the bottom of your screen. You can register now for the opportunity to race for $60,000 in scholarship prizes. You can visit pcl.gg/pages/eNASCAR for more information about all of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series and its proceedings. We are done with Group 1. We turn our attention to Group 2 in a moment. But before we do, Taylor Burris, here's a look at what happened in our first group of action in this Harvest Cup.
It all starts with turn 2 calamity. Just about every single time we started the race, that's where chaos ensued. Drivers jockeying for position lap after lap, and even more trouble off turn number 4 as drivers tried to be a part of that group of 8 to move on into the second round events.
A lot of blocking there down the front straightaway, a lot of incidents, especially in the back of these fields, Blake McCandless, and a lot of craziness that we saw, I think, especially in the first round races. And then here at the beginning of the second round race, Thomas Coonan and the UNCC drivers tangle, and that changed their picture dramatically.
That it did, and we continue to see the dominance of drivers like Dylan Alt, like Connor Euroshak, all able to take the heat win, or the feature win, I should say. He'll be advancing to the semifinals next week at Iowa Speedway right here back at this racetrack, as well as every other driver that you see on your screen right now. We'll be seeing them in a week's time, so they have a little more time to study, to get ready to qualify, to reset everything, to try and compete for some big-time scholarship money right back here at the world's fastest short track next week.
And again, I think we cannot emphasize it enough. These drivers will all re-qualify when they enter the session next week. We'll go from 3 sessions to 1. So it doesn't necessarily matter where you finish. What does matter, though, is how you make your way into week 2. One way or another. We're going to kick it off with group number 2, which starts with Logan Clampett, top of the board. Clampett was the fastest driver in qualifying, also with a 22.770, same time as Dylan Ault in our first group. So he'll start alongside Austin Johnson from Fresno State, all Californian front row. Matthew Morton, the Ohio State Buckeye, starts third. Alongside him, another Big Ten foe, Carson Bowers, who got a win in one of these first and second round races at Daytona last time out. The Purdue Boilermaker rolls off fourth. John Forbes Jr. won at Talladega in this series last season. He represents Saddleback College in fifth on the grid. And Joseph, the Scarlet Knight from Rutgers, the State University of New Jersey, rolls off sixth.
Moving on into row number 4 from the University of Northwestern Ohio is Evan Gilmet, followed by James Bowman from the University of Kentucky Wildcats. Rounding out your top 10 is Nick Miller from Kutztown, University of Pennsylvania, and Robbie Norris from Purdue University in Indianapolis. Row 6 will find Matt Gagnon from the University of New Hampshire and Chase Swank from Chattahoochee Technical College.
Back in row 7, looking to have to improve a couple of spots to get into the top 8 includes Trevor Dyer from the University of Alabama and Lily Frazier for the University of Vermont. Logan Slagan, again, another Charlotte 49er, looking to make a few spots up from the 15th position. Thomas Johnson for Ivy Tech Community College will go from 16th. Logan Miller starts 17th tonight, representing Northern Arizona University. And Timmy Holmes, surprised to see him starting this far back. He's got 10 spots to make up for Horry Georgetown Community College.
Coke Series driver going to have a lot of work to do to get back up into the front half of this group. Landon Kelly from Seminole State College and Sky Schreck from Oklahoma University. Those two, the last on the grid, as we turn our attention now to the Logitech G race analysis for this first round race of Group 2.
Well, here it goes. We have your group of 8 here that will advance to the second round. You want to be at that part of that first group. 9th through 20th will have to go to that first round LCQ. And it's a 25-lap feature race here, so keep an eye to see how it all plays out here in today's event.
So, plenty of work here for these drivers to tackle. You've got some big names in this. Logan Clampett, defending series champion, trying to continue his roll to a second consecutive title. And while they continue to pace that, so we'll remind you all that iRacing Arcade soon to come to your PC. Not too long after that to your consoles. Coming December 2nd on Steam, added to consoles in early 2026. You can play the demo at iRacingArcade.com, and that's going to be a different experience from this. This being a simulation, that being an arcade racer, definitely not the same as the main iRacing product. But Blake, I think going to be a lot of fun just for folks to have the opportunity to maybe take a break, and if they don't necessarily want to have to focus on the simulation side of racing, you've got iRacing Arcade waiting for you on the other side.
Again, like I said in our pre-race, it's a really fun game that has been in development for a number of years, went by a different name a couple of years ago, and I had a large group of people. We used to play what that title was developing into all the time, and I'm sure iRacing has refined it and just continued to improve on it and add to it.
Base car off, Logan Clampett, Austin Johnson, trying to bring the Golden State a little bit of a golden run here in Iowa as we get set to go green flag racing. Off we go. We're underway with action from Group 2 in the Harvest Cup, and Clampett will immediately jump out front. Morton going to try and tail him behind. Does anybody get loose from the back of this field? Not yet. So we'll stay largely together as they work their way down the backstretch.
Side by side for position here, as Matthew Morton will take over that second spot ahead of Johnson for position. But here comes Carson Bowers with a head of steam as he tries to slip into the 4th position across the line to start the opening lap.
Single file, double file at the front, at the back. It is wildly chaotic. 3 wide, just about all over the place. One truck spinning to the inside. It's landed Slagan from UNC Charlotte. So Slagan will fall deeper in the field. And this is the march we're going to be watching very intently, because few drivers in the back of this field are as accomplished as Timmy Holmes, who gets all into the rear deck lid of James Bowman, the Kentucky Wildcat. But there goes Timmy Holmes, wasting no time to try and gain the track position to get in the top 8 and qualify directly into the second round race. There's trouble on the back straightaway a little bit further back.
Big time trouble indeed as we go back to watching the battle for that transfer position with Norris, Holmes, and Bowman battling it out for that positioning here, with Norris holding strong by about a 10th over Timmy Holmes.
Matt Gagnon was caught up in that. Dyer was caught up in that from Alabama. Gumet was stopped in that. So a few drivers losing spots and a few that we're definitely going to see in the LCQ. Meanwhile, Carson Bowers working the high line. Matthew Morton, a lot of Big Ten action here, front and center in the Midwest appropriately, as Bowers going to work to the outside of Morton and potentially take away second and split things up.
Here's the replay of what happened to Dyer. He just lost it right there, and unfortunately collected up the New Hampshire driver in that picture, as we saw, but a tough break for Dyer and company.
Clampett, Bowers, Morton, Johnson. That battle for second allowed Logan Clampett to get away from everybody here. Clear at the front of the field to the tune of 1.4 seconds, and that is growing by about a 10th every single lap we run. So Logan Clampett driving away from this group. Meanwhile, good battle here for the third spot now. Morton sliding a little bit as Johnson trying to gain some of that track position that he lost on the initial start.
And looks like Johnson's going to be able to do just that, to get up into third. They're nose to tail behind them as, again, Timmy Holmes has just kind of quickly carved his way through this field. It's kind of stacked everybody up to a position where Bowman, you could see him making the move by to try to get to 9th. Holmes going to continue his march. And like we said, he was starting 18th, and yet here he is already up into the 8th position on lap 8. There's been very little contact in doing so. He's just been rolling that truck, and I think that's where you start to see that the cream is going to rise to the top here at Iowa, regardless of the heat or what that we have, that drivers who have proven themselves, that have continued to win in the past in the College Series, are going to fare very well here in this Harvest Cup at Iowa Speedway. A little bit of contact there, though, as it looks like Miller got into the outside wall off of turn 2, issue that we've seen a number of drivers have, and now Bowman and Miller go side by side for that final transfer spot to take home 8th.
If I'm Bowman, I almost wonder, and to whatever degree you can, given the way Holmes is charged up through this field, can you just tail Timmy Holmes and watch what he's doing, figure out his line, maybe take advantage of that and work your way forward? I think that's got to be something that you're paying attention to, as Sky Schreck is on board now. The Slaughterville, Oklahoma native, running a little bit further back in this 13th as it stands. So work to do for Sky to make her way up into the top 8.
There we go, watching Sky Schreck trying to hold on here in that 13th position. Problem is, that's not where you want to be. You got to find your way to work your way up the running order here, and running out of time for her, so she's got some work to do in these closing laps.
About halfway through this first round race, first of 2 that we will have in this group. Is Miller now sliding backwards? If anything, Bowman now starting to gain on Timmy Holmes a little bit. And again, a common point that we come back to a few times already in this broadcast. For those who start deep in the field and have to charge to the front, at what point do you burn off your tires? At what point do you get an advantage if you started further up in this field and didn't have to work your way forward to get all that track position? Is Bowman now with a little bit of contact in the middle of the corner?
Yeah, Bowman looking awfully sporty there, rolling the bottom side right now, enough that Holmes is going to give him that room down there to continue to fight for it, as Holmes has driven all the way from 18th up into the 7th position, and even looking for a couple more positions before we get into 10 to go here in just a couple of laps. John Forbes Jr. right now in 6th, the Rutgers driver, and Joseph pretty comfortably in the 5th position right now. But also, each and every heat that we've run, leader has just gone away. driver that is able to execute that lap in qualifying, takes advantage of that clean air, and is just able to drive away. Nick Miller not in so much of a luxury in that situation right now, back in 8th and having to look for a way to try to get back around Bowman. And that's exactly the type of slip-up that you need. Apply that pressure and hope that Bowman, the Kentucky eSports driver, continues to show some signs of slipping up here, able to keep pace off of turn 4 as they come around to 10 to go.
Bowman, I think, is in a very interesting position because Bowman's got speed for sure. Definitely, I think, has pace that if Forbes and Holmes weren't already battling for position, Bowman would be there alongside Holmes, I think, almost certainly. So if you are Bowman, do you just sort of ride behind these two and let them figure it out? Do you try and push the issue a little bit more to pass both of them? What do you do here if you're James Bowman, and how do you approach these last 10 laps?
It really all depends on just where you feel comfortable at. Miller is right there, so if I was Bowman, I would maybe try to push the envelope a little bit to see if you can catch up to Holmes, put a little bit of a buffer between yourself and Miller, but also it's just also making sure you take care of your tires. Try to just play a little bit of the aero games as we watch Timmy Holmes try to get around John Forbes Jr. for position, and also just be a follower. If you see a hole that's being made, make sure you follow that driver as he works his way through. And of course, for Timmy Holmes, he has been your biggest mover of the night. 11 spots gained since we started today's action.
That's a point that we made early on. He was able to get to the front pretty quickly in this first round race. So a hard charger, a well-established title for Timmy Holmes already. The question is just how higher up this grid can he go, and what kind of track position can he earn in the second round race, because the top 8 will start that second round race in the order in which they finish in this first round race on the inside line. So any pass that you can make is effectively worth 2 spots on that grid.
How about this?
Yeah, that's Blake McCandless. We talk about school spirit and holiday spirit. That's pretty good, I think, no doubt about it.
Oh, of course. You know, you gotta be able to represent, have the Santa hat going. You know, it's getting late in the semester. It's getting towards the holiday season. Why not sport a little bit of a Santa hat? I know I even have a usually one that I wear every single year that's got some scarlet and black on it for my alma mater as well. But also not very comfortable to race in. It's probably pretty sweaty under that thing. So nice little sacrifice that James Bowman's making for us here tonight.
I'd say that's the kind of hat that, especially if we are dealing with a student from the U of K, as they call it in the Bluegrass State, that's a driver that looks right for the fight to try and get a few spots here with the Santa hat and all, as he continues to just hang on the rear bumper of Timmy Holmes in the final transfer position. As further up the field, just ahead of this group, good battle between John Forbes Jr. and Joseph, who works his way around the outside of Forbes and into the top 5.
Yeah, really good run here for Joseph, trying to go for a second chance. We saw him of how well he did last time out at Daytona, looking to try to continue that trend for him here in the cornfields of Iowa as he works his way up into the 5th position, trying to catch up to the Ohio State Buckeye of Matthew Morton for that 4th spot. But I think it's safe to say he's going to settle in, hold position, and take it home to a checkered flag.
Nothing particularly wild for Clampett at the very front of this field. 3.3 second gap there, so that part's easy. It's all about, do we see any craziness from these battles, especially in the back half of the top 8, and does that change the picture at all in this last lap? There's Clampett, who's already taken the white flag, and the rest of the top 8 now working their way around the racetrack, but Clampett has just been gone from this field pretty clearly. Logan Clampett with no challenge here at the front. Even had room to kiss the wall a little bit and let a little bit of time out. Meanwhile, James Bowman, representing the Kentucky Wildcats, is the final driver to transfer directly into the second round race. Believe that will be his first second round race of this season, if my math serves me correctly. So pretty excited. Is the Wildcat ready to jump on into the second round action here in Group 2. This is a look at the finishing order. It shows that Clampett, Bowers, Johnson, Morton, Joseph, John Forbes Jr., Timmy Olds, James Bowman, the 8 that will go into our second round race directly. Everybody else that you see on the screen, we will see in the last chance qualifier. So, work to do for them. Work to do, though, for the second half of this group that will get set here momentarily to contest our second race of the first round in Group 2. Sounds a little bit complicated when we say it, so this is why we have a visualizer for you. It's the second sort of group of drivers that you see on the bracket, dead center of the left-hand side of the screen. The blinky icon shows you where we are. It also shows that the Sun Devil Bradley Erickson will roll off from P1 in this first round race. Rather, Ryan Arnold from Motlow State Community College will start second. Andy Trippiano from Detroit Mercy rolls off third. Jake Innes, the Belmont Abbey Crusaders, starts fourth. He'll be joined by his Belmont Abbey compatriot Jalen Atkins, who will start fifth. And A.J. Hyder has had some speed in this college series, representing St. John's River State College. Hyder rolls off sixth.
Moving on into row number 4, another Kentucky Wildcat of Jonathan Ocasio alongside the University of Nevada, Las Vegas of Nathan Scott. Then we're going to go to Folsom Lake College with Brendan Argenio, followed by University of Northwestern Ohio's Jack Stoneman in your top 10. Nicholas LaFrance from Southern New Hampshire University alongside Liam Laciel from Ontario Tech University in row 6.
Started 13th in row number 7, you see Trey Lambrecht for Texas A&M University in San Antonio. Alexander Ortega, University of Missouri, Kansas City, starting from the 14th starting spot this evening. Brennan Lyman for Oklahoma Panhandle State University will go from 15th, with Western Connecticut State University's Jonathan Evans starting in 16th. Austin Call representing Texas Tech, he'll go from 17th, and Bridger Olson will roll off 18th for Spokane Community College.
One more driver on this grid. It's the Ball State Cardinal, Kelton Quick, representing Ball State University, rolls off from the 19th and final position on this grid as we take a look at our Logitech G race analysis once again.
Absolutely. Time to do it once more time. Top 8 advance to the second round, 9th through 20th. You head on to the LCQ after 25 laps of competition here today in this second heat race.
25 more laps, from which we will take 8 more drivers, and they will go into the mixture and go directly into the second round race. Everybody else from this will go into the last chance qualifier. A reminder that the Black Friday sale has started on iRacing.com/Black Friday. You can get 50% off a new membership and 25% off of a renewal or a reactivation when you go online to iRacing.com/Black Friday. I think those in the community know this is the best time of year to do it. This is always when I do it, but me being a little bit crazy, Taylor Burris, I checked earlier, I've got a 2-year membership, so I'll have to wait for Black Friday sale next year to make my renewals go. But great opportunity if you need to get your renewals done, dusted, and save a little bit of money that you can put towards a new track, a new car in the build that we'll get in December, perhaps, Taylor.
Yeah, absolutely, and we are excited for that as well. But I'm surprised you just didn't go ahead and do an extra renewal. That way you have an extra 2 years to include that. You can just double. I've heard people who just continue to double up each and every time to where they're good for 4, 5, and maybe even 7 or 8 years.
I was about to say that would almost put me into the next decade, Taylor Burris. So that's a possibility. I certainly can't rule it out, but I'm going to let that be a later problem and let the most important thing right now be the precedent setter, which in this case is watching Bradley Erickson and Ryan Arnold lead us to green flag racing here at Iowa, underway with the second first round race here in Group 2. Big time fan at the back of this field. They were 3 and 4 wide immediately as we get going here in this Group 2 first round race.
And there's a little bit of a stack up in the middle of the field, as I think a couple of drivers further back in the pack trying to roll into the restart, anticipated a little bit, they were chomping at the bit to get going, and we saw a lot of 3-4 wide. It didn't have any issues though through the opening lap, so that's good to see despite some cold tires. There's one truck that's slow and off the pace. Argenio got moved up, and is going to lose about 4 positions in doing so with that mistake. So almost 3 wide. The Texas Tech driver, that's called. It's all the way on the bottom. It is a little bit too free as more of them spin. Quick gets involved with it as well. No caution. We keep on rolling, but an unfortunate start here in the opening couple of laps for the Ball State and Texas Tech driver.
They like to say wreck 'em down in Lubbock, Texas, but I don't particularly think that's what they had in mind if you're Alston Call, as he's going to have work to do in the LCQ. Bradley Erickson out in front of this group. Really good battle, though, here for fourth between UNLV's Nathan Scott and Belmont Abbey's Jalen Atkins. These two have been attached at the door for about the last 5 laps. Really impressive to see them just sort of continue to work their way around this track and stay pretty well connected, as Atkins has been able to maintain this momentum on corner exit. Scott's been able to get these great drives into the corner and through the center, and there's just nothing between these two at this point.
Got a little bit of Pasoko versus Pike here with Belmont Abbey representing with James Pike, and UNLV, which is Evan Pasoko's college of choice as well. So good little rivalry between some of the names of the voices of eNASCAR competition.
Going to let you say that, not me, but yes, Atkins has completed that pass. Meanwhile, further back, good battle. This is Jonathan Evans, AJ Hyder, Jonathan Ocasio just ahead of this. Brennan Lyman, the last driver in the mix here in 11th, but all of them chasing Ocasio, who has the last transfer spot, trying to become the second Kentucky Wildcat to qualify into the second round of racing from this group.
Quick note right quick for Ocasio, of course. He is not only competing here regularly in the eNASCAR College Series, but also, of course, in the karting world, representing Magic Kart USA, which has a big presence out in Las Vegas right now for the Supercard Super Nationals happening on in both shifter and KA and X30 competition. So hopefully he's going to try to bring home a good finishing position as his team of Magic Kart USA tries to bring home the win in Las Vegas.
Not gonna lie, Las Vegas sounds really nice this time of year. Here it was about 30
very
degrees
cold
overnight. Cold, really?
Oh yes, very cold.
I guess you are in the desert. It doesn't necessarily retain heat all that well in the evening. So I know a lot of cars will be paying attention to that over the course of the weekend. A lot of drivers in the iRacing sphere paying attention to this as we continue to work our way through this first round race. Coming up on the halfway point, Bradley Erickson is out in front, but he hasn't managed to dust Trupiano, as I think that was Nicholas for France, who it almost looked like LaFrance lost a tire and shot up straight into the fence. Way back in the field now with heavy damage to that right front. So we'll see LaFrance from Southern New Hampshire University in the LCQ. Hyder here, though, again, continuing to face this group of Olsen and Lyman. The problem is that Hyder actually has a little bit of damage to the left front of his truck that I did not notice until immediately. You can see it right around the headlight there, as I think that was Lyman who got the fence. Yes, it was. It was Lyman who got the fence out of turn 2, so that knocks him back just a bit. Maybe gives an opportunity for Olsen to make a move on the bottom. Here comes Lyman with a look to the inside to try and make it 3. All the while, Liam Loisel now beginning to work into proceedings here, and they are still chasing Ocasio. And really, at this point, Jonathan Evans, who has broken away from this and has run down Ocasio pretty quickly.
Well, unfortunately for Hyder, you're going to just try to hang on at this point. You hope maybe something will happen. That damage, as little as it may seem to the eye, it is quite noticeable when you're behind the wheel of one of these trucks. So you're just hoping to preserve a good starting spot when we get to an LCQ and try to just, stop as much of the bleeding as you can. If you're Olsen, who is finally able to get by, you have about 0.7 of a second. You got 12, 13 laps or so to try and go chase down Evans, who's the first driver out at the moment. So you still got a little bit of time, but starting to run out is it looks like Lyman, who has that's Losel, who's just had a little bit of trouble finally completing that pass, finally able to get the job done over the St. Johns River driver.
Getting verification from iRacing's Justin Malillo that there was contact between Hyder and Ocasio, who we ride on board with now. That's where the damage came for Hyder's machine on that right front. But the problem for Ocasio is that Jonathan Evans has gotten bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger in his rear view mirror as one truck ducks down to the inside there a little bit further back. But Ocasio is going to have to deal with another Jonathan pretty quickly here. And Jonathan Evans has shown the kind of pace that could get him past Ocasio and directly into the second round.
Absolutely, as we watch these two battle here, the University of Kentucky trying to see if they can get two drivers into the second round race as they work their way through. Beating and banging, though, as Evans puts the bumper to Ocasio as he now sneaks his way down to the inside. Will push him up the track and try to see if he can get the spot. More contact as Ocasio's not giving an inch.
Ocasio getting elbows out to try and hang on to this track position. He does not want to let Jonathan Evans get the last automatic transfer spot. Contact there on the back straightaway, and Evans got loose, so Evans is going to have to gather it up and try again. But you have to believe, I don't think Evans is going to be nearly as afraid to use the bumper if it comes down to it. Evans not happy about that contact. He does have some time, though, to regroup. 9 laps here, so watch for Jonathan Evans. If he can catch back onto Ocasio, I don't think it's going to be as clean a patch.
I wouldn't write out Olsen here either. They're both in kind of the same position, I would say, to be able to pounce on this mistake here if Ocasio can't hang on any further. And it looks like even though he's got a lot of clean air, again, 1.3 seconds in front of him, that truck's still just not handling up to his liking at this point. We've seen kind of a distinct difference after lap 15 of those drivers who pretty much went 100% from the get-go and those that maybe went 85, 90%, which Ocasio, he had to make up the track position, so give him credit where credit's due. 7 laps to try and hang on. You're in a great position, just can't slide, just can't make any mistakes and defend in the middle lane, which right now Olsen doesn't want to do a whole lot of that. He may be able to get to the right rear of Evans on the backstretch, and indeed is able to.
Bridger Olsen is Jonathan Ocasio's best friend right now, because the more that Olsen and Evans battle, the more they can't really run the lines that they want to, as Ocasio maybe a little bit tentative about trying to pull in front of Olsen there on the front straightaway. And look at the run that Olsen gets. All of a sudden, here comes Bridger Olsen trying to work to the outside of Ocasio for the spot.
Gets a great run on the outside lane. Really one of the few drivers we've seen that's been making that outside lane work, and now he's going to try to get around Ocasio. So from friend to now foe, the two of them will do battle off turn number 4, and Olsen will now break into the top 8. Ocasio, though, has to fight back down on the bottom with 5 laps to go. Can he hold him off on the bottom? He now puts the bumper and tries to side his way up to maintain position. So now all 3 of them are going to be mad at each other.
Well, Jonathan Evans put the bumper into Jonathan Ocasio. Next time they come back together here, Ocasio is hanging on in the most literal of senses to try and keep a top 8 starting spot there. And oh, by the way, Alexander Ortega, Brennan Lyman starting to work their way into this with the continued battling here. At a moment for Ortega and the University of Missouri at Kansas City Roos. Their mascot is a kangaroo on that yellow car you see at the edge of the frame. Might be one of the best mascots we're going to have in the College Series all year long.
Well, and I think with how Ocasio's run these two, I mean, they remember there's been a little bit of contact that Ocasio had that last time. Evans obviously wasn't happy with him earlier. Olsen and Ocasio got together. I don't think this is quite over yet, and even Ortega, as he's trying to chase down these two that are almost side by side and making contact through 3 and 4. This is where it's going to get good, folks. I think we're going to see 3 wide here down into turn 1 as they are leaning on each other. Evans was not happy with Ocasio. Is going to try to shove him out of the groove in 1 and 2.
Will there be an opening for Ortega if these 3 come together? Evans gets loose at the corner. That's going to send Bridger Olsen down the racetrack. They're still in the mix here. Ortega all of a sudden has the opportunity to make it 4 coming out of turn 4. Contact between Ortega and I believe that was Ocasio. It might have been Ortega that got into Evans, that got into Ocasio. Ocasio goes around. Evans slows. Ortega and Olsen now fighting for the final transfer spot just like that with the lap to go as Bradley Erickson will come across the line and take this first round race. Can Alexander Ortega steal this one after not really being in the thick of the fight for most of this? Yes, he can. Alexander Ortega, final drive at a transfer after the contact between Ocasio and Jonathan Evans. Took those 2 out. Bridger Olsen just didn't have enough. And credit to Ortega and I guess the fighting kangaroo on his hood representing the University of Missouri at Kansas City as the Ocasio come across the line. But what a run for the top 8. Erickson with a good run. Trupiano, Arnold, Scott, Atkins, Stoneman, Jake Innocent, Ortega. The 8 that will go directly into the second round. Olsen and Liam Loisel head up the group that will be headed to the last chance qualifier from this first round race.
And now we're going to really see the battle between Evans and Ocasio, because they're going to be in that LCQ as well. So I got to say, those are going to be 2 to watch here as we get set for our LCQ event.
Off we go into the last chance qualifier. No time to rest for any of these drivers. So one more opportunity. If you didn't make it in to try and get into the second round race, we'll see where these drivers begin to sort themselves out. Nick Miller from Gutstown on pole. Bridger Olsen with an opportunity to rebound and a whole lot of speed there. AJ Hyder, too, I think, going to try and rebound for the damage he had first round race.
One driver to keep an eye on is right there from Western Connecticut State University, Jonathan Evans, as he has to try to find his way back through. And same thing with Sky Schreck from the University of Oklahoma.
Yeah, a lot of room to be made up here. Slagan and Call both got in that early incident. Jonathan Ocasio, great battle there at the end to try and get through. Just unfortunately didn't work out, but has his work cut out for him to try to make his spots up.
Dyer, Quick, Miller, Lambrecht, and Matt Gagnon, the final 5 that will take to this track for our Group 2 LCQ in the first round. Let's take a look once again at Logitech G Race Analysis.
Well, we're going to still do the same thing. 25 laps around the circuit. Top 10 advance to the second round of this competition here tonight. 11 through 24. Well, it's safe to say you're going to go back to class and enjoy your winter break a little bit early. Goal for this race, don't get eliminated.
Anybody who finishes outside the top 10 is going to have to worry about that specifically. So, interesting cases abound, I think, here to watch throughout this field, and some motivated folks as well. Evans and Olsen in particular, I think, are going to be very particularly up on it. And here's a look at what happened here. A little bit of contact between Ortega and Evans, and then Ocasio was on the outside, all that, got the worst of it. Evans got damage too. And after being right on the edge of transferring, Evans will start 10th, and Ocasio will start 18th. So Ocasio really paid the price for the damage trying to hang on the outside, ended up spinning around, having to regroup and gather and go forward. And Ocasio will have to drive and gain at least 8 spots to have a shot at making it through the second round and into week 2 of proceedings. Tall task, not impossible though, Blake.
No, not impossible at all. And if you think back to the first group that we had and the 50-lap feature that we were treated to for that race, never over. Of course, this being the LCQ, 25 laps. Still have a lot of drivers who are in this LCQ that made mistakes or got caught up in something. They have very little time to try and make up that ground. So we'll see if they're up to the task here, but can avoid some of what we've seen kind of plaguing these drivers, especially in this LCQ early.
How this is going to play out is going to be a lot of fun, I think, to watch. We have our spot here in the booth. Nick Miller and Bridger Olsen have their spots at the front of this field. They'll start first and second for this LCQ, of which the top 10 will advance into the second round. Everybody else is going home. Pace car will make the hard left-hand turn down to pit road. Nick Miller with the opportunity to lead this field to green. They are off and away and going, and a big wheel spin there from Bridger Olsen is going to send him straight back through the middle of this field and change up the picture at the front. That's Liam Loisel that is going to have advantage of the outside. Evans gets spun. Olsen gets turned in the middle, and the 2 that were part of the trouble in the first round race end up right at the back and right in trouble to start all things here in the LCQ, and that could be curtains on both of their Harvest Cups.
That is a tough break for some of those drivers. Olsen, Evans out of it for the most part, unless something dramatic happens between now and the end of this race here. But for North, he tries to play keep away from Nick Miller as they work their way down the back straightaway. Lily Frazier just comfortable in the 3rd position.
Joe, interesting setup here a little bit further back. You've got your leaders pretty well set up as Norris and Miller begin to battle for the race lead. Landon Slagan, Brennan Lyman, Sky Schreck all in the fight for 8th, 9th, and 10th. And it's Dyer that is trying to charge through and get a spot at the end of this. So big moves all around. Two really good battle packs further back. Here's a look at this group a little bit further back. Contact up there. Trouble almost. As Shrek goes up the racetrack, as does Brennan Lyman. Landon Slagan got into them all, and so now lots of entertainment to be had amongst this group because it's brought just about, I'll call it what, 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 drivers maybe together for 3 or 4 spots?
Well, it looks like Slagan just got the better end of it. Goes in the bottom 4 wide, comes out the other side, and is able to make up all of those positions right on the transfer. And now all of a sudden, several spots to the good. Lyman, who spent much of the last heat pretty much right around that cut line, came up just short, trying to assure that doesn't happen as they'll go side by side with Sky Schreck. Remember Dyer involved in an incident right at the beginning of his heat, also battling around that transfer. There's also side by side for the race lead, Miller looking to try and take it and wrestle it away from the Purdue Boilermaker as we'll get another look at the initial start.
First car you want to, or truck rather, you want to watch is the green one now in the center of the screen. That's Bridger Olson, who spun the tires, gets slid back up, and they go 4 wide here in the middle. There's contact between Evans and Olson. Both of them get caught up in it. One other driver caught up, I believe Nicholas LaFrance was the one that got swept up in that incident too. But that's what sent Olson and Evans way towards the back in this. Evans currently 18th, Olson currently 21st. They need a lot of help in order to make it, but they may get it because the way they're racing right around the transfer spot, this isn't necessarily a done deal, I think, just yet. Here's a look at the transfer battle right on the nose. Loisel on the bottom, Schreck up top, those two fighting for it. Evan Guimets, the next in line, if these two end up getting into trouble, and we say that a lot, but we saw it pan out pretty much exactly last time with Ocasio and with Jonathan Evans.
You are seeing possibly some college upsets if you think about it here. Yes, we don't see Ontario Tech as a Canadian college, of course, and the University of Northwestern Ohio does not have a major college sports team right now. But if they could dethrone the two powerhouses of Alabama and Oklahoma here, that would be something to watch here as they work their way down the back straightaway as we watch Trevor Dyer trying to make the recovery drive of the day so far, like we saw in. It's funny to see 2 Dyers having to make recovery drives here tonight.
And Trevor Dyer just doing a nice job not getting into trouble, I think, more than anything else, which is about half the battle and maybe more than that, especially in these first-round races and these LCQs. Sitting in 9th, but more importantly, driving just a little bit away from this battle between Schreck and Loisel and Guimet. So I think that's a huge key if you're Dyer. Just don't be around this battle, especially when we see Schreck struggling with the handle on her truck. We see big moves from Loisel and Guimet. It very easily could get hairy back there. So if you're Dyer, I think your prerogative is to just get away from all of it and give yourself some breathing room so that you don't get caught up in any incidents as you get a good look at the group that we just spoke of from Brendan Argenio's point of view.
And probably one of the better points of view of this group. He's got a little bit of time to play with here to try to make up a little bit of ground, but not just right in the thick of things just yet. Has a little bit of an opportunity to probably take a couple laps, save, and then just go for it right now. And 0.8 of a second behind that transfer. It's within reach. You can see it right up there, but still needs 4 spots. Again, it's Sky Schreck for Oklahoma that is right in control of that 10th position. And this is a battle that's been going on for quite a few laps here with Nick Miller in second, trying to give chase to Norris. Norris defending up top. But again, all these positions so important to improve your starting spot for the next, for the final feature to try and move towards the semifinals next week. You want to try to take every spot. This isn't like the initial feature when we saw Adam Garza and Daniel Falkingham battling when it was really kind of meaningless at the end of the day. There's still plenty on the line for these drivers up here to try and improve their position.
Big moves coming there. Miller trying to find a way to the inside. Going to leave an opportunity for A.J. Hyder, who's just been sitting, watching this all the while, waiting for his own opportunity to make his mark on this battle, and now has been drug into it. And now all eyes on this battle for the top spot between Norris and Miller, and A.J. Hyder looks like he's sort of put the pedal down to go as we go back on board with Sky Shrek.
Yeah, she's got a couple of teammates watching her right now, trying to pull for her as she tries to hold on. Got a little bit of a bobble right there as she tried to recover off turn number 4, but now sets her sights on Dyer, trying to get that extra cushion. Currently has about a 0.3 of a second advantage over LaSalle in 11th.
Loisel, the first driver on the outside looking in, and this actually is spread out a little bit. Loisel's been able to get away from Landon Kelly. It's made it easier for those three to walk away from Argenio and Guimet, who slid backwards over the course of the last 5 laps or so. Ocasio has just been sort of stuck in the 15th spot. Hasn't really moved anywhere beyond this. So we go back to this battle now for second between Miller and Hyder. A.J. Hyder with a good run on the bottom. Nothing particularly easy that you can finish off here in Iowa, because it's easy to get good runs on that high line too, and that's been the big sort of defensive weapon that Miller's been able to use to maintain the spot in the track position. Just keep Hyder pinched down on corner exit, make sure Hyder can't wind up the motor coming out of the turns, and keep him from being able to complete the pass down the straights.
Exactly what he's being able to do right now, and Norris can really have free reign in terms of, wanting to run the bottom, wanting to run the outside, can kind of do whatever. Miller has been awfully close a couple of times, and we've seen this throughout the course of the night. The drivers, the exit off of turn 2 here is just so inviting for drivers to go out there as you transition off of the freshly paved asphalt and onto the banking. You can see Miller building up a little bit of a run here on the outside, but each and every time these drivers use every bit of real estate, if they don't scrape the wall, they're just running right up against it to try and utilize everything that they can. As you're right, Hyder the last couple of laps looking a little bit stronger here, but 5 to go, plenty of space, plenty of room given. I think Miller maybe even scraped the wall there on the front stretch as well, as they continue to jockey here to decide the final or the first 3 positions in this LCQ. Still pretty close around that transfer with Lyman, Dyer, Shrek still trying to hang on right now to that 10th place as they come around to 4 laps to go.
I saw this a little bit, so I'll correct your notes here as we go on board with Liam Loisel. It was Miller who got the wall 2 laps ago on the backstretch. It was Norris who got the wall a lap later on the front stretch. So that's the smoke that you saw, just to tighten up the front 3 together again. Meanwhile, Loisel continuing to keep the pressure on Shrek. This now the battle for the transfer spot. If they get into it, Landon Kelly would be next in line, but our focus really beginning to hone in as the laps wind down on Shrek and Loisel. An American versus Canadian battle for the final spots in the second round of Group 2.
This is going to get exciting to see here as we watch Shrek and LaSalle battle it out. And how about Dyer catching up to Lineman as well? So this could be a 4-horse battle for those final transfer spots here today. And, of course, LaSalle's going to try everything to try to mess up the party. And now Shrek shuts the door as one car has some issues up ahead, possibly. Dyer gets the spot from Lyman.
That was very fortunate for Shrek, who was a little bit looser than I think she would have liked on corner exit. Managed to steer down in front of Loisel and took away the momentum from Loisel. So, bit of fortune there. Got to be careful about how much you use the throttle as they come back to the line. 1 lap to go. If any of these drivers get into it, it could open up a possibility for Landon Kelly, as Shrek will look to the outside as they take the white flag.
We might see a little Oklahoma action here between the Oklahoma Panhandle versus Oklahoma University as they now do battle. They had a little bit of fight tussle early on, and as they head down into the final corner for the final time, it is going to be Lyman over Shrek. LaSalle's going to try everything to go around the outside. Don't forget about Kelly as they try to make it happen across the line. Shrek makes it into the next race.
Shrek, the last one in. Landon Kelly had a good run on the outside, but just did not have enough time to do it. As Sky Shrek is going to advance into the second round of action here in Group 2 ever so slightly. Norris, Hyder, Miller, Fraser, Slagan, Johnson, Swank, Dyer, Lyman, Schreck. The 10 that advance, everybody else going home and done for the calendar year in the College Series, starting with Landon Kelly.
Here we go. We got a lot of exciting things to happen here, and it's time for that final race here in group number 2.
Second round action ready to come your way. No breaks, no breathers. Time to get right back on it. One more race in the second group, and it starts with Logan Clampett and Bradley Erickson, your first round winners on the front row. Really, really fast top 6 just looking at it.
Absolutely. And how about Matthew Morton from the Ohio State University and John Forbes Jr., a couple of major competitors that we see on the regular in the eNASCAR College Series.
Back at row 7, how about Timmy Holmes looking to do exactly what he did in his heat, drive from the back to the front. Still has a little bit further to go. Alexander Ortega pretty much did the same as well. We'll see if those two drivers can repeat that here in the final.
We saw how quick Nick Miller was in the LCQ. It's going to be entertaining to see what he can do to try and grab a few spots in this field. And then Trevor Dyer also with a pretty good run too. Worth watching. Landon Slagan representing the Charlotte contingent. Brennan Lyman and Sky Schreck, a pair of Oklahomans to make up the final row in this second round race. We turn our attention now to the Logitech G race analysis for the second round race to wrap up Group 2.
And now we're going to double it once again for the second round race. 50 laps is the distance, no cautions. Top 13 is where you want to be here. And as they work their way through, if you're 14th or behind, well, time to start your winter break a little early once again. You will be eliminated. So be in that top 13, don't get eliminated, and try to take care of your tires here in this 50-lap run.
All right, all eyes keeping watch at the front of this field, seeing a lot of neat interactions in chat as it reminds you that iRacing Arcade is coming on Steam on December 2nd. Not too long before you get the opportunity to race there, and then in early 2026 you'll see iRacing Arcade come to consoles, to PlayStation and to Xbox. It's going to be a lot of fun to see how that pans out. You can wishlist iRacing Arcade on Steam today. Meanwhile, seeing a lot of love in the chat for Ohio State and Oklahoma, so eyes in particular on the Matthew Mortons and the Sky Schrecks and the Mario Mirandas and the Brennan Lymans. Keeping an eye on where you might be watching from, and certainly love to see people calling out their favorite drivers, their favorite states, who they're trying to cheer on as well.
Absolutely. We got a couple of other colleges I saw out there as well. A couple from the UNC Charlotte side, a couple from Texas Tech, and great to see fans of their representative colleges out there giving a big cheer for them. And let's see if we can see who can come out on top in this top 13. Crank up your fight song, everyone. It's time to go racing.
Will anyone try and fight in Iowa like they are for Iowa and work their way towards the front of this field? Big questions to ask here. Top 13 going to be the ones that advance right now. If we finish the way things start, Timmy Holmes will be the last one in. Jake Innes would be the first one out. But that's why we race 50 laps, not 25. We're noting that too. Double the length of the first round races in the LCQ. So these races you have to manage a little bit more. And those who burn their tires up early, we've seen Blake McCandless run into trouble in the second half, especially in these second round races. Lights are off on the pace car. Clampett and Erickson ready to lead us to green. We are underway with our second round race in Group 2. Ready to figure out which next 13 drivers will be the ones to punch their ticket into next week of the Harvest Cup.
And they didn't waste any time going 3 wide, several rows throughout the field. You get a great shot of it here on our drone cam as we go into turn number 3. John Forbes Jr., he's kind of the one that I believe is all the way up there on the very high side of the track. Joseph as well. 3 almost looking 4 wide, just in front of where Timmy Holmes is running right now.
A lot of drivers working their way in 3 and 4 wide action here at Iowa. A lot of drivers trying to gain track position, and I think some drivers just trying to stay out of the chaos as best they can. We've seen it happen. It probably will come in some form. One mistake can become very catastrophic very quickly, but nothing yet here as It's about Nathan Scott, Joseph. That's about the beginning of the parade.
How about that three-wide action? About 2 rows deep here as they get bobbled up a little bit. Bowman, Norris, Hyder, and company all trying to jockey around for position. More contact as around goes Bowman. He will collect another driver as well. And unfortunately for Stoneman, he also gets collected up in that, starting the incident with Bowman. And I believe that might have been either Atkins from Belmont Abbey involved.
It was Atkins. That's a really tough break for Jalen Atkins. He was on the outside trying to avoid it as best he could. It was just wrong place, wrong time. Likely the end of his campaign in the Harvest Cup. And Logan Clampett continuing to lead this group now.
And pretty much doing what we've seen all day, that whoever starts on pole is just able to nicely manage this thing and completely drive away. And we'll look to keep that trend going here in Group 2. For this second round to try and move into the semifinals next week. There you see, again, 5 laps in, already a second up. And again, that's not with having the benefit of starting the race. You have to wait for the flagman to bring out the green flag to start this race. Just being able to have that clean air and control is so important. You can see he's even running the bottom, still trying to save his tires up front. So in a great position here, Erickson and Bowers. Again, Bowers had a really exciting Daytona a couple of weeks ago. Speaking of exciting, this was really exciting. 3 wide on the opening lap. A couple of instances, as you see the contact that sent around Ocasio, collected a couple of others as well. In fact, only collected those 2 somehow. So great driving by the rest of the field. Unfortunately, that's Bowman there for the Kentucky Esports driver. Has fallen out of contention here in this second group.
Yeah, Bowman, Frazier, Atkins effectively out of proceedings. Not sure what happened to Frazier, but those 3 well behind the rest of this pack. Meanwhile, at the front, it is all about Erickson and Clampett. A little bit further back, keeping an eye here. This, I believe, is that battle for second and third, and then you get a good look at Matthew Morton trying to drive underneath Andy Trupiano. So Ohio State and a school in Michigan that is not Michigan, worth noting. Meanwhile, a little bit further back, more battles between UNC Charlotte and UNOH. Alexander Ortega in front of this, Jack Stoneman and Landon Slagan competing for UNOH and UNC Charlotte.
You gotta love the rivalries happening right now between these two. And so far, at the moment, it's UNOH that has 1 driver moving on into next week's action. UNC Charlotte does not have a single driver yet, so they gotta try to see what they can do here in response to the action. Remember, 7 drivers from both schools are going head-to-head.
Good look here, a little run underneath for Slagan, trying to get to the inside of Stoneman. Stoneman, a little bit of a different line, taken to sort of block that off in the meantime. As we get a good look over the deck lid of Stoneman, the Wake Forest, Illinois native, trying to fend off not only Slagan, but Trevor Dyer, too.
You can see running right along the bottom of the racetrack right now. Trying to gauge everything. You can see him looking in his mirror that last time down the back stretch, trying to see exactly where that driver behind him is running right now. May have seen a little bit of damage on the right front of Slagan, although I could be mistaken. But we check back in here with the battle for the transfer. The Saddleback driver holding claim in John Forbes Jr. just over Norris there for Purdue. Ennis just behind them. And just like we saw in Group 1, it is, from about 11th, 12th on back, a ton of trucks right in the vicinity of that transfer. And as we continue, again, watch. Lap 15 is when we started to see some drivers start to struggle with a 25-lap feature. You can imagine that about the same period of time, lap 15 or 20, is when it's going to get pretty crazy here. We're going to start to see some trucks that are really starting to swing towards the free side of their handling.
I had it with the easy pass around Joseph to gain his spots. That moves A.J. Hyder a little bit further away from the bubble, up into the 11th position. The other thing I'm noticing just watching this group in particular, I'm keeping an eye on Robbie Norris and Jake Ennis as we go on board with Joseph here, trying to reel in, maybe work with Hyder to try and go catch Nathan Scott, who currently scored in maybe 10th.
Have a look at this here with Joseph really leaning it in there right now as he's trying to make sure he can get that corner as nice as he can. And so far doing it right now as he'll send it on back in, trying to catch up to A.J. Hyder for that 11th spot.
The lead is proven to be effective in many cases. The more you go over, the more you can just rock and roll and get a little bit more speed, arc the corner a little bit better. Sometimes psychological advantages like that, very, very helpful. Continuing to keep action here, but keeping an eye a little bit further back in this group. You see, this is Ryan Arnold, I think, trying to look around Timmy Holmes. Nick Miller's done a nice job driving through this field. 10 spots has Nick Miller gained in this second round race. Hardest Charger so far as it stands. Good work there from Miller to drive not only out of the LCQ, but into a spot in the second week of proceedings with relative ease at this point, currently in ninth.
I'm trying to see if that one move could be made to try and at least get one spot better. Again, we are in that point of the night where top 13, trouble as the UNOH driver goes around just in front of the field. Several more get collected in it. Again, no caution flag. That was all around the driver that you see driving away from the scene of the accident in Slagen, as several competitors, Stoneman probably getting the worst end of that one, will be involved. Johnson, Lyman, Fraser, several taken out of the running with that incident.
And that clears up the bubble picture a little bit further back, I guess. They're all chasing John Forbes Jr. And you go back up forward. Here's a look at Austin Johnson, Timmy Holmes.
Man, what a tough break right there. I mean, you were seeing some great drives, and now John Forbes Jr. is now having to be the gatekeeper for 13th, as we'll take a look at the replay to see the action and rivalry kicked off right here. You see on the bottom, UNC Charlotte, Lagan making that contact, and around he will go, unfortunately collecting even Dyer and out of competition.
So Dyer gets caught up in this big error there for the UNOH truck, as that really got hairy, I think, once that all started unfolding down the front straightaway. As we get another shot on board here. I believe this is Landon Slade in with another Santa hat working his way around. So a little bit festivity.
Well, we saw someone who was nice earlier on with Bowman, and it looks like Slagan's safe to say he's on the naughty list after his incident.
Lumps of coal, perhaps, in the engine. Is that how that works, maybe, Taylor?
Multiple lumps of coal.
All eyes here currently on this battle. This is, I believe, 5th, 6th, 7th. Morton, Johnson, Timmy Holmes continuing to work his way up front.
And Holmes has had to do, we talk about Jose Solis Jr. kind of having to do things the hard way. Talk about Timmy Holmes, who has just kind of been behind the 8 ball this entire race, but yet has continued to race his way forward at a track where it's very, very difficult to do that, to make up that track position, but yet he's worked the bottom like you could see him doing here. He's gone to the middle when he needed to do that, and just been really, really impressive. We talked about earlier his plus 11. He's plus 6 right now. Nick Miller, also another driver that's done a tremendous job here in this heat. Missed a few accidents and made up some time as well. As you can see Matthew Morton right now going in to turns 1 and 2. The Ohio State University driver trying to stay up in the top 5. He had a very successful Charlotte. Not so much the case at Daytona. Trying to rebound here at Iowa in the Harvest Cup.
Morton just sort of leading this pack in 5th. Good battle between all 3 of these drivers as Johnson continues to try and work his way around without giving up too much track position.
Yeah, watching on here, and I gotta say, Morton's doing a great job. He's turning right basically to go left. That's how good he is right now. So incredible drive for him right now, of course, as we watch him hold off the Fresno State driver Johnson right now, as looks like Holmes is falling off a little bit, tries to gather it back up, but fell off from that group of three right now for the time being.
Fell off a bit because he just about turned Austin Johnson down the front straightaway. That's what Holmes did to check up there. He was well in the quarter panel of Johnson coming out of 4 last time by and had to get off the gas pedal to keep from completely turning Johnson around. So big heads up move there. Here's a good look at how that panned out as they came out of 4, just tries to drive up the racetrack a little bit and then got a little bit too high and had to lift to make sure he didn't turn Austin Johnson. Here's the battle that I've been keeping my eye on, in particular for the last 10 or 15 laps. There are 2 things that I've noticed. Generally speaking, Jake Ennis is faster than Robbie Norris, and I've noticed that Ennis has tried to run a little bit higher, especially on corner entry, to get underneath Norris on corner exit. Hasn't been able to pull that off just yet, and the problem for Ennis is that right behind him now is Alexander Ortega, who is beginning to make life difficult for Ennis, and Ennis can't exactly run every single lane on the racetrack because if he goes too high, Ortega will go to the inside. So if you're Ennis, you're a little bit between a rock and a hard place, and you not only have to make this pass, you have to get around John Forbes Jr. ahead as well to have a shot at week 2 action.
It's a good observation there and that's what's great about Iowa is that you have the opportunity to do what Ennis is trying to do here. You can see kind of that high entry and kind of working down the racetrack, but there's just so many different avenues that you can try to work and what's available to you. And again, it's all about, at least from what we've seen tonight and the way these setups have played out and how this track is behaving right now and the way it has done all night, is to just whatever you can do to try and just keep the right rear tire on it, whether that's, running the top, running the bottom. If anything, I think a wide arc really helps with that because you're using kind of the right front to move the car down the racetrack and to turn and lean on the right front throughout the corner. So I think that's a smart move by Ennis, and we've kind of seen several drivers up front, whether they're doing that or just being really easy with it around the bottom, kind of taking that approach here tonight. But utilizing, again, we talked about brake bias early in the night. You can definitely use that to your advantage to try and tighten up the handling of this truck because we are using brakes here at Iowa, but also it kind of acts like a track bar in iRacing. So, again, very, very important that you use everything at your disposal to try to give yourself the best advantage possible.
Continuing to keep eyes here on the Morton, Chupiano, and Holmes contingent, and just a little bit further back, Austin Johnson as well. So Holmes has been able to clear Johnson after their near run-in a few laps ago. That worth noting. Going back to this battle for the bubble because it continues to be the best battle on the racetrack. Might be worth sitting on this for a little bit because all of a sudden Norris and Ennis and Ortega are all reeling in John Forbes Jr., whose truck continues to fade. So this should become a pretty good battle here. We should get some good entertainment over the next few laps because Joseph started to walk away from all of this group as Forbes has continued to fade.
Watch Ortega right now because we saw what happened in the LCQ for him. He was just minding his business, being patient, and let the 3 drivers ahead of him kind of duke it out, and where he was able to bob, weave, and make sure he can get that fighting kangaroo right there into the top 13. So watch on for Ortega as he now does battle with the Belmont Abbey driver of Ennis, and he will take that position away, move him up to 15th for the moment.
I'll try to pull the slide job on Ennis. I had to check up a little bit to make sure that he didn't run into Ennis. But now Ortega likely to complete the pass here, potentially out of 4, drifting up the racetrack, trying to make sure that he doesn't run into it. Oh, got loose out of the corner, had to catch it down on the inside, and so Ennis will maintain the position and might have the opportunity to maybe go take that wider arc that he had been taking, and that looks like it was working a little bit too, to Blake's point, that when he came up a lane, it looked like that truck was a little bit faster. So I wonder if Ennis now goes back to that to try and reel in both Norris and then John Forbes Jr. Wonder if Norris has gotten stuck behind the dirty air of 4s because Norris was able to get 2 4s but hasn't really gained much on Forbes since he got there. So have a hunch maybe, Blake, the aerodynamics might be in play.
Oh, it definitely comes in play. I know, again, with the Coke Series race that we had here, granted, next-gen cars a little bit different, but it was very, very important to just try to get clean air any way that you could. And with the fact that you're all kind of trying to run the bottom to save as much tire as you can see one truck there on the top-hand side of your screen going a lap down, but was scraping the outside wall, but no further issue there as Timmy Holmes tries to get up into the 5th position. And like we said earlier, you could see the plus sign still very high for both Timmy Holmes and Nick Miller, up 11 positions. How about Hyder as well? Actually moves by Miller, was plus 10, started 18th, and is currently battling right now to try to wrestle away that 8th position away from Nick Miller. All happening in front of that transfer, but should something go awry, any driver that is shown right here on your screen would be in danger of not making it, because John Forbes Jr. is just about a second back.
If ever there's a group that I don't necessarily think needs to do too much battling, it's all these drivers here, because again, you re-qualify once you make it into the session the following week. So it really does not matter where you finish in the top 13 so long as you finish in the top 13. And these drivers leaving each other a little bit of space as a result, but great work there. In particular, you put it out, Blake. Timmy Holmes has driven his way through the field. A.J. Hyder is made up for the incident in his first round race. It is driven from the LCQ through to a qualifying position. And John Forbes Jr. here trying to catch all of them in and give himself an opportunity to get away from Norris, from Innes, from Ortega, from everybody in that bunch.
Really good run right now. He's starting to pick them up and put them down a little bit right now, and seeing the gap is 0.8 of a second between himself and Arnold. So I'd say give it a couple of laps. He could be there, especially with how much these 4 drivers are battling it out, as the Rutgers driver of Joseph nearly makes contact with the Rebels of Scott, as they will go side by side off turn number 4. Rutgers gets up a little bit too close, backs off, gives a little room, and now tries to watch out. Has trouble up ahead. Smoke. Big time is, collision with the Detroit Mercy. That's the 5th place driver out of this. That's Trupiano.
What happened to Andy Trupiano to take him out of contention? Unbelievable way to go out, and Nick Miller got caught up in that too, and that opens up an opportunity for Norris and Innes, and now Innes and Ortega become the battle for the transfer spot with 5 laps to go.
Man, just absolute craziness at a time where, again, you don't really need to be this aggressive. If you're up here in the top 5, you're in. There's no point in doing this, as you can see Ortega starting to get a little bit physical here with Innes, trying to get inside that transfer spot. Again, this is a battle that is going on well inside the top 5. And it looked like that Trupiano may have tagged the wall, and his Holmes was just running alongside him. He gets tagged, boom, slam, and then Ortega gave the Belmont Abbey driver a shot into turns 1 and 2, just wasn't able to successfully pull it off. So things are coming unraveled here around this transfer with just a couple laps to go.
And is trying to hang on, and they've all of a sudden brought a whole bunch of people into this. Ryan Arnold has fallen back too, and Arnold now potentially falling into the clutches of this transfer battle, and that may give Innes a little bit of breathing room, given the kind of shots that Ortega was giving him a few laps ago.
Right there, it was a slight contact, and unfortunately that's what caused the contact between Holmes and Trupiano. How about this contact with Miller? I mean, just so violent right there. As we go back to the battle for 3rd between Bowers and Morton. Purdue versus the Buckeyes as they come down with 1 lap to go next time by.
1.5 laps to go here as you get a good look at the battle between Bowers and Morton. Those two fighting for 3rd and 4th, and it's going to be a fierce fight here towards the back of this field to figure out who's going to transfer as they continue to make this battle here in the top 5. Here's Logan Clampett trying to finish this, y'all. Clampett's going to make it through with ease. He will win the 2nd round race. They'll take off. What's the battle look like in the transfer, though? There's Ortega to the inside of Jake Innes. Innes checks up, a little bit of a hip check there, and that might be it. There goes Alexander Ortega through. Innes will lose it coming out of 4. Ortega is going to make it in as the last driver.
How about that for Ortega? Definitely driver of this grouping here today to recover and find his way to get into each of those rounds to move on to next week.
No doubt here that it's going to be all Logan Clampett has our Logitech G winning moment in Group 2 here in this first week of action in the eNASCAR College iRacing Series Harvest Cup at Iowa, brought to you by the official wheel and pedals of the official, or rather the eNASCAR College iRacing Series Logitech G. Clampett, your winner of the second round race. His competition in Group 2 has finished up. Clampett, Erickson, Bowers, and company here on this screen. All drivers in the top 10 going into week 2 of action.
Incredible drive for all of our drivers inside the top 10. And then, of course, we have those final 3 drivers that we will touch on here. And for Ortega, an incredible recovery to get the chance to transfer into next week. But unfortunately, from 14th on back, time to enjoy your winter break and hopefully see you in February right there. Norris, Arnold, Ortega, but for Ennis, Schreck, and company, we'll see you in February, hopefully.
Yep, all those drivers 14th on back, all going to be waiting until the Great Lakes Gauntlet at Michigan to take off things. Get their 2026 going maybe in a better direction. Here's a look at that final pass between Ortega and Ennis until Ortega claimed the final spot here in week 2 action of the Harvest Cup.
Well, again, this was something that started about a lap or 2 prior as Ortega caught Ennis. They got a little bit physical. Ortega tried to give a shot. You can see her off at 2. They bump a little bit going into the corner, and that's the contact that really did it in, is on entry, Ennis into the door of Ortega, and just where he hit on entry, it shot that truck out. He was never able to get the momentum back up.
Yeah, just turned down a little bit too early there. Ortega ran a wide, and that was enough to clear Ortega and get Ortega into week 2's action. We'll take a commercial break, and then we'll be back with Group 3 action. One more group to go here in the College Series for the Harvest Cup's first week of action, and they will compete on the other side of this break.
Sometimes you got to get back to your roots. Remember where it all started.
Is it all a fever dream?
NASCAR Thunder 2000.
Our goal was simple. Make it authentic. The stories.
There's a fight using lessons learned from his father.
The fans. The rivalries.
Harvick got into the side of the tree.
That feeling of being part of it all. That's why we went to work on this game. We've heard you. It's been a long time since we've had a game that captures what the sport is all about. Well, time is now. This one's built for the fan, for anybody who wants to experience what it's really like. All right, let's go. From the sound to the speed to the venue.
Daytona International Speedway.
Back at Darlington Raceway.
All there's left to do is fire it up.
Racing isn't just a game. It's a way of life. Every lap, every moment. Practice is about consistency. Winning doesn't come easy.
Yo! My turn, Bubba.
Feel the road. Own the race. Logitech G wheels and pedals available now on Amazon.
This portion of the broadcast is brought to you by Logitech G. Through design, engineering, and a love of driving games, Logitech G takes racing simulation to another level. Logitech G, the official wheel and pedals of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. And by Play vs. College League, the largest collegiate community bringing in the new era of esports for students across the country. Learn more at pcl.gg. And by NASCAR 25. Available now on the PlayStation Store, Xbox Store, and on PC with Steam. For more information, visit NASCAR25.com.
Welcome back to coverage of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series Harvest Cup from Iowa Speedway. Group 3 about to go to the track, but before we do that, a reminder that registered drivers who complete at least one attempt during a time attack will automatically be entered for a chance to win a racing prize pack, including a Logitech G923 True Force racing wheel and pedal set for the Xbox or PC and iRacing credits. More information and full rules are available at pcl.gg/pages/eNASCAR. Also worth noting, Taylor Burris, Black Friday is just the best time to get your iRacing membership updated, right?
Absolutely. I mean, you got to get the chance here, 50% off for any new member. So if you want the chance to come out here, if you're a college student, to race in this event, now's the time to sign up for a new membership. If you're someone who's wanting to just early renew before your subscription expires, or even come back, 25% off for those who come back or renew with us here. And you have till December 2nd to enjoy this. And hopefully we'll see you out here on the track next time when we race in February.
So, plenty of opportunities to re-up, plenty of opportunities to get a membership going, plenty of opportunities to get an iRacing subscription going and do what you need to. And also, if you want to get involved in the college series, you can register now and you can scan the QR code on your screen for the opportunity to have a shot at 60,000 drivers in scholarship prizes. You can visit pcl.gg/pages/eNASCAR for more information on the college series. Also, we're noting that if you register for the We Got Wheels giveaway, you will get a college series t-shirt. Sure. 24 drivers now have locked themselves into week 2 of the Harvest Cup. These are some of the names that are going to be competing next week for the big prize. Group 1 and 2's representatives now up on screen here. Some of these ones at the back end, just making it in on the back end of the second round of action in a Group 2. So Group 3 now getting set to go after it. And we'll figure out which are the 13 other names that will join the ones that you see here for an opportunity to go after the ultimate prize, the Harvest Cup itself. We begin proceedings in Group number 3. And Group number 3, first round race 1, features a familiar name, a former Coke Series driver, Wyatt Tinsley from the University of Minnesota Crookston. The Virginia native Tidewater driver set the fast time in this group with a 22.775 to take the pole over Michigan's Matthews Wack. Chris Bryant from Methodist University will start in 3rd position. Mateo Mitchell, representing the University of Northwestern Ohio, rolls up 4th. John Hagan from North Central Texas College will start 5th. Alejandrex, the Delaware Blue Hen, will roll off from 6th.
Moving on into row number 4, we'll find Nick Gringas from Sakep D. Victor Vial, followed by Palmer Hagg from the University of Central Florida, Jake Hall from Clemson University, alongside Cooper Broom from the University of Louisiana Monroe. Jackson Anderson from Oklahoma State University, and Baruch College, Edward Sanchez in row 6.
Moving on to the 13th and 14th positions, this will be Isaac Shelley for the University of Northwestern Ohio and Joseph Davis out of Hill College, respectively, in those two positions to roll off here for Heat 1. James Davies for Rollins College will start 15th. Joseph Truskowski for West Virginia University will start tonight in 16th. How about William Marler? He looks happy to be starting 17th for Texas Tech University, and Joey Priebe for the Hokies of Virginia Tech will roll off 18th outside of row 9.
Two more drivers in this grid for our first-round race of Group 3. Ricky Burbank, another Charlotte 49er, and Patrick Schuren for the University at Buffalo rolls off from the 20th position. So there are your 20 starting in this first-round race. Once again, time to look at the Lots of Tech G race analysis.
So, of course, it is time to get set here once again. 25 laps. Top 8 advance to the second round, 9th through 20th. You're going to head on to the LCQ. Who will be those drivers? Well, we're about to find out here after 25 laps of action.
Edward Sanchez ready to go. Lucky card likely hanging out around his setup as he gets set. See what he can do for the 12th position on the grid. Sandwiched in a lot of generally southern inclined colleges. Here's a good look at the front end of this field. Wyatt Tinsley and Matthew Zwack, the two that will try and get the job done and roll off. And yep, there is. We've talked about that lucky card a few times for Edward Sanchez. He's got the card ready to go and is ready to try and take aim at a spot here in the top 8. Drivers will complete one more pace lap, and then we'll be off the way with Group 3, final group of the evening here. And once they're done, we'll know the 39 advancing into next week's action.
Let's hope it's smooth sailing. Again, we kind of reset here as far as the in-sim time and everything. And these drivers, they've been able to watch everything all evening long. But we continue to see problems on restarts. We hope to avoid that right here.
Wyatt Tinsley ready to go. Will we have some wheel spin like we saw in some of these other races? Will we have drivers lose it early on cold tires? Will we just see a generally slow start? There's Zwack, I think, trying to time it, and Tinsley was well aware of it and managed to check up a little bit. So that's going to drag Zwack back. He'll have to give back at least a little bit of track position, make sure he doesn't get hit with the penalty. He'll slide further back, and Tinsley will continue to lead this group.
Great start there for Tinsley as he will lead us out of turn number 4 on this opening lap. Matthew Zwack, though, going to power away around on the outside. Try to go side-by-side. Trouble for one driver who will loop it around. That is Brew from Louisiana Monroe as he will go outside of this and loses his chance to advance here in the first heat.
Cooper Brew was running on the outside and just got swept up in the marbles and spun down to the inside of the racetrack and will almost certainly be headed to an LCQ berth as Tinsley continues to lead. Zwack, Brian, and Mateo Mitchell, really your only big battle amongst the top 4 or 5 or so. Hagan, Andrax, Gingras, and Palmer Haig, the final driver inside the bubble as it stands.
Anderson going to fight pretty hard here on the outside to try and retain that position. Again, both Anderson and Shelley, two very talented drivers when it comes to this sim. And I think they know that. That's why they want to fight each other so hard. But you can see that transfer spot that is just in front of them up for grabs. If they don't spend too long side by side slowing each other down, Anderson kind of in that preferred outside groove right now. They both have pretty much equal amount of dirty air with Gingras right now riding the outside line in that final transfer position. But Anderson, what a great run, might be able to take that spot to get to 8th out of turn 2.
Good run there on the bottom for Gingras, who's got a look to the inside of Anderson and might have the opportunity to get the track position here, but Anderson doing a nice job rolling top side. Meanwhile, Mateo Mitchell was alongside Chris Bryant earlier. Impressive to me how quickly this top 6 has just settled in. Every single one of them, single file, tail of burst. This has been the most coordinated, I think, any group of top 5 drivers have been, at least in the first round race, all night long so far.
I mean, it's what I would do if I was in this situation. I wouldn't worry about passing for position, working my way up the running order. I would literally just focus on being in that number position. If I'm 4th, I'm going to plan on finishing in 4th position, because this is not where it matters, really. It matters to transfer, but not for any points or the money.
Continuing to push and continuing to fight are all these drivers, but it's this is easy work for most of your top 8, if not just about all of it, because Anderson's taking control of that 8th spot from Shelley and Gingras. So Anderson continuing to start working his way forward just a bit, trying to maybe look for an opportunity around side Palmer Hogg, but as it stands, it's Anderson that would be the last one to transfer directly into the second round, and Shelley on back would be going to the LCQ. Further up the field, this is Matthew Zwack, Chris Bryant, and Mateo Mitchell that you see on your screen. Bryant trying to reel in Zwack. Tinsley continuing to walk away from everybody else. Meanwhile, discussions going on here at Belmont Abbey. They're going to have Jacob Martin participating in the second of the 2 first-round races. So it's like a little bit of debriefing. That might be Jalen Atkins, I think, to his left. That they might be talking about things that Atkins might have learned in his unfortunate run. Got swept up in that incident with James Bowman. So those two trying to break it down, figure out strategy before Martin gets the opportunity to be potentially the one qualifier for Belmont Abbey into the second week of action. Their 3 drivers so far have not been successful in advancing to the second round, as there's a big slide there down the front straightaway for Isaac Shelley, who was able to hang on to it only just, but they all lose time. Both he and I think Gingras too lost a little bit of time trying to check up to keep an eye up on Jackson Anderson.
I think that was a great, little segment there to see kind of the debrief that goes on here, that these drivers do watch, that for those that do have teammates that go to their school, they have the opportunity to lean on some advice. Again, a ton of drivers here, even those that don't go to the same school, will talk and do have some friendships across the sim. So they're able to take advantage of those relationships and get all the intel that they can. As Patrick Shurin taking advantage to run all the way on the outside of that fresh pavement, at least to the entry of 3 and 4. Marler and Shurin, again, trying to make up a couple of spots here. Been able to successfully do so. Marler sitting about 7/10 back right now at Truskowski. As we move up to the battle for that 6th position, Hagan and Hag right now. And man, how many times have we seen drivers that just get into the outside wall on the front stretch? Anderson's going to try to take advantage of that. Would be the last driver in, but trying to make up another spot right here to get up to 7th with that mistake.
Trying to hang on to it. I worry about the way Andrek's car is going to handle in the second half of this race. Seems like the rear end is fishtailing a lot. Might be using a little bit too much throttle to try and get back up on the gas. And it's snapping the car loose on corner exit. That's part of the reason why Andrek's got into the wall to start. It's part of the reason why Anderson, Gingras, and Shelley have been able to gain on him and make this a true and proper battle for that 8th and final transfer spot.
Yeah, really good fight here as Shelley will get around Gringas for the 9th position. And Andrex, I got to say, he's got to be careful because Anderson's now going to try to put a buffer between himself and the 2 hungry drivers right behind of Shelley and Gringas, because they're coming down. And Shelley's got a great run utilizing that outside lane. Anderson tried to throw the block to keep him behind, but here comes Gringas with a run down to the bottom.
And Gingras now with an opportunity to work underneath Isaac Shelley and maybe get the spot. I do think that Andrex may be holding up this entire group, though. The pace is, it's not there. And that car is struggling to get out of these corners. So I think Anderson is just saying very quickly, the sooner you can get around Andrex, the easier this becomes, unless you make contact and get loose out of the corner. And that'll open up the opportunity for Gingras to look to the inside for that last transfer spot.
And again, that's Anderson trying to defend that. He's trying to make the move, but he also doesn't want to give up that right rear quarter panel off the corner to try and make a move. As we followed that battle with the top hand portion of your screen, bottom part of your screen's 15th on back, so still fighting hard for some positions back there. But now Jackson Anderson, the Oklahoma State Cowboy, who looked to be in a good position, losing 8th right now to Gingras right now on the bottom, who may try to get 2 for 1 through 3 and 4 as Andrex continues to struggle in front of this group.
Andrex sliding all over. How much more can he defend? Oh, there's the moment. There it is. Anderson, I think, got tired of getting held up and just drove it in a little bit deep in the corner. Sends Andrex up the fence, into the fence, and now Gingras and Anderson and Shelley will be left to fight for the transfer spot.
From 4 now down to 3 here as Gringas and Anderson will hold on to that spot. Shelley, what can he do in these final 6 laps here? He's got to try to pick and choose what line would be the best opening for him to get the spot as he tries to find his way around Anderson.
So, now it's a 3-driver battle for the transfer spot. Gingras the fastest one here of this bunch at the moment, but Anderson now with the clear track was all of these drivers were getting held up by Andrex, no doubt about it. And now the question is, now that you've got a little bit more clear racetrack, who really does have the long-term speed, and can you make a run maybe on Palmer Hogg, who's up next in this bunch from Central Florida? Hogg's not really been able to get away from this group either, so give it a few more laps here. You got 5 to go. Hogg, I wouldn't necessarily say is safe just yet.
Just depends on how the handling comes around here for Hogg. But again, I think 4 laps, about a second and a half or so, or about a second, should hopefully be okay. I think, if anything, Anderson's the one who I thought would kind of be driving a little bit further forward, but just hasn't been able to do so. Kind of got stalled behind Gingras, and now Gingras going to try and make a move for that 6th position. With 3 laps to go. This is Chris Bryant. Had a pretty easy first 22 or so laps of this race for the driver out of Methodist University for the Monarchs, and gets to look back at Mitchell about a truck length behind, but very solidly has been in the 3rd position this entire heat. Hasn't had too much to worry about.
Chris Bryant there. If you got an eagle eye, you'll notice that he's got a Rolex 24 shirt on. Probably worth noting that competition in the IMSA Esports Global Championship has kicked off as well here on iRacing's channels, and more action to come over the course of this month for them. Had their first round, I believe, a week ago at Road Atlanta, and they'll be back in action this Sunday, November 16th at Sebring International Raceway. So, going to be a lot of fun to watch some of the best in sports car racing going after it on Sunday. We're keeping our eyes here for the trucks of the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series on a Wednesday night, and the eNASCAR College iRacing Series as we wrap up our first round race. Wyatt Tinsley got the job done to win. Anderson was the last one to transfer directly, and there's your last truck to come across the line and finish off this race. Last truck of the lead lap was Joey Creed out of Virginia Tech. The Hokie finishes 17th. It's the top 8, though, that will move directly into the 2nd round race. That's Tinsley, Zwack, Bryant, Mitchell, Hagan, Hogg, Gingras, and Anderson.
Unfortunately for everyone else here, like a regular favorite of Jake Hall, he's going to have to go to the LCQ along with Alec Andreak, who had trouble in the middle of this race as well. And, of course, West Virginia University going to have some work to do when they go to the LCQ later tonight.
Will indeed have a little bit more work as we get ready to turn our attention to our final first round race of the evening. Last of the beginnings in this Group 3 of action. So we'll get to it, get some action going, and it will be Dylan Basin who won the Queen City Crown, the first ever tournament winner in College Series history. Your pole sitter for this, representing Pasco Hernando State College, Jay Schaefer from UNOH will start 2nd. Abraham Vila, the Houston Cougar, starts 3rd. Wyatt Thompson from Wilson Community College rolls off 4th. Zach Sprouse, the Patriot from George Mason, starts 5th. And John McClear, another one of the Rollins College representatives, will start 6th.
Moving on, we'll find Diego Valle from the University of Texas at Dallas alongside Alexander Hammonds from the Georgia Institute of Technology and row 4. Row 5, rounding out your top 10 is Douglas Newbegin from King's College and Aaron Brown from Eastern Shores Community College. In row 6, we'll find another Yukon Husky of the University of Connecticut, Martin Roberg, alongside University of Arkansas Razorbacks of Andrew Jamalin.
Starting time set by qualifying time first. Kahn was 13th fastest for UC Santa Cruz, along with Jacob Martin, one of the many Belmont Abbey drivers that we saw debriefing, going to try to make his way up from the 14th starting spot. Ethan Shapiro for Babson College will start in 15th, with Brockton Packard, University of North Carolina at Charlotte, will start 16th. Colin Basinski in 17th for Central Michigan University, and Anthony Saviano will start 18th for Kansas State.
Last driver on the grid, UNOH's Joey Cruz. 19 drivers on the starting grid for this second first-round race in group number 3. One more time, let's take a look at our Logitech G race analysis.
Once again, it's going to be the same song, different verse here as we get set for heat race number 2. 25 laps, top 8. You will move on to the second round. 9th through 20th, you will head to the LCQ. So this is your chance here to see if you have what it takes to move on to the second round, or if you're going to have to wait a little bit longer and battle it out in the LCQ.
Get a good look here at Aaron Brown's setup. Came festively prepared for things. We have Christmas lights, we have a Santa hat, and if you look very closely, the left-hand portion of his camera, those are ears of corn set up next to his rig. Iowa, the nation's leading producer of corn, so fitting, I guess. Ready to go, I think, is Aaron Brown for this. Not the only driver that's come prepared for the holiday season, I think, with their onboard shots. As lights are going to go out on the pace car. We're going to get a green flag next time by. One last opportunity, I think, to breathe, and one last opportunity to gather your thoughts before you go after this. I wonder, for some of these drivers a little bit further back, do you try and get on the track position and not necessarily hope for chaos ahead of you, but do you try and leapfrog from 16th to 12th, or do you mentally approach it more as okay, maybe I'm not going to get all the track position right off the bat, maybe I'm not getting to 8th, but if I can get a good starting spot for the LCQ, that gives me an opportunity to try and race my way in.
Well, you got to throw in the factor, James, is how much chaos has happened on the opening laps coming out of turn number 2 for these past several heat races we've seen. So now it's just more of like, can you survive? Once you get through that opening lap, then maybe dial it back, see where you can set yourself up and make the run.
We'll see how these drivers pan out, see how they approach this as we're green flag racing. Off and away we go. First round race 2, group number 3. That's 3 wide, a little bit middle in the back there, and one truck way up. That's Alexander Hammonds out of the new pavement. One truck spinning in the back of the field there. Couldn't see who that was.
Collected several drivers. I saw Savigliano, Bastian, Packard, Kahn involved, Roberg involved in that one, and that collected several drivers in that, especially as trouble for another driver across the line. That is Vail from Texas, University of Texas at Dallas. Hard contact to the inside wall.
So in an incident like this, I think this is a case where, if you're Jacob Martin, if you're Brockton Packard, if you're a little bit more buried in this field now, you keep trying to run as best you can, because these are starting spots for the LCQ. You're going to the LCQ no matter what with the damage they'll picked up, but you want to try and keep as much track position as you can here, as we will take a look momentarily at what happened to bring this all out.
Yeah, just another case of somebody getting loose out of turn 2 on the especially on the bottom side is where it's been really difficult for trucks to try and hook up when they're trying to stay off those trucks on the outside. They're putting a lot of wheel into it, and it's something that continues here on the front stretch. Don't know if there's a little bit of damage here for Vail, but nevertheless, just kind of a slide that never ended off of turn 4. And you got to imagine, again, too, these drivers, they've been waiting all day. They watched Group 1, they watched Group 2, now it's Group 3. They haven't been racing at all today, so they get to load up, and a lot of them don't even get to see a lap before they're facing a pretty pressure-filled situation to have to go in the LCQ in the back, race your way in, and then have to advance to the feature as well. Or advance to the semifinals next week. That's a tough task and a really unfortunate experience for a couple of these competitors.
John McClear is racing with every single fender flare he's got in that car. Went down about 3 lanes to block Aaron Brown last time by and then sent it in right underneath Alexander Hammonds, who's going to go around almost on the back straightaway. Got caught by somebody, couldn't tell who, but Brown has managed to clear everybody in front of him and go up into the 8th spot. McClear now in 7th. Will he put the block on Hammonds once he, or rather Brown, now that they both are in a transfer spot? This time, no. So certainly situational awareness exhibited from McClear. Didn't feel the need to block Brown because both of them are in a transfer spot.
A little bit of school spirit going on for Brockton Packard there from Zephyr Hills, Florida, with the UNC Charlotte all green room ready for him as he tries to work his way up through the field. Currently sits in 14th, but the problem is he's got no one around him, and there's a former winner here in the College Series, Zach Sprouse from George Mason University, holding strong with some school colors in that Hawaiian hat. And, of course, the Patriot pressure is coming into play here as he puts the pressure on the Houston Cougar of Eric Vila.
Don't know about y'all, but in this household, we're big fans of bucket hats, especially those with Hawaiian prints. So credit to Zach Sprouse for bringing the fashion to the College Series. As Aaron Brown's going to get underneath John McClear, and we'll get the spot momentarily. McClear's going to try and run it back on the inside. Those two having a pretty good battle of their own, but they have to be careful because Joey Cruz and Alexander Hammonds are not that far behind. Those two make contact coming out of turn 4. So if people want to settle this down, they have an opportunity to potentially race for a transfer spot, but don't tell McClear or Cruz or Hammonds or Shapiro that they are all over each other for track position at the moment.
Georgia Tech driver right now trying to get it done on the inside. And it's Hammonds and Cruz. They've been locked kind of together at the hip for the last couple of laps. And had the opportunity to run these two down. Again, Brown and McClear, as you documented, just have been going so hard at it. Made contact a couple of times, allowed Cruz and Hammonds to kind of catch up to this battle. However, you know, from what we've seen here tonight, if you're Cruz or you're Hammonds, you're in a position to perhaps lead an LCQ if you don't transfer in. And how many times have we seen, even in this heat right here, the previous heat, pretty much every heat that we've seen, having that having that front row starting spot is just so important. And it's hard to overcome for anybody that's third, fourth on back to be able to try and make that up. So I know we talked about transfers, and you definitely want the security that entails to not have to worry about going to an LCQ or anything like that. But if you're Cruz, Hammonds, any of these drivers that are up towards the front, I think going to the LCQ, as long as you're starting on the front row, again, it's not in, but it's not the worst thing in the world either.
No, I don't think it is as we look at this battle for the third position. I think in Nick Miller's case, where absent that wild incident from Andy Trupiano, Miller was going to transfer from the LCQ into week 2 of action. Got a good starting spot there, ran up the front of his LCQ, and was in a good spot in his second round race. And truly, if it was the accident and the accident alone, just wrong place, wrong time, nothing of his doing that ended up taking him out of contention. But it's possible. You can build momentum from an LCQ. And to your point, Blake, as you go on board with John McClear, Cruz, Hammonds, McClear, whoever ends up being the 9th place finisher in this race, in a very good position to potentially do just that.
Still fighting strong here as McClear and Cruz will battle it out for that final transfer spot, along with the Georgia Tech driver of Alexander Hammonds watching on here. And I gotta say, the Rollin Tars putting on a good show right now as they try to work their way through and have to continue on with this battle and can have a shot at, trouble. It gets collected up in one of the lap traffic drivers that caused that. That's going to give the position to Cruz for the moment as McClear tries to fight back on the outside.
As Anthony Savignano, who hit the fence in front of this battle. Still no change with Cruz and McClear officially. Now we see the pass. Now we see the move, and now Cruz is up into the final transfer spot. So now is this where Hammonds decides to get the move underneath Clear done, and then do we see the battle between Hammonds and Cruz resume if Hammonds can do his part to clear John McClear?
That was a tough hit there for the Kansas State driver. You know, only 14 cars scored on the lead lap. Basinski right now, he's got a lot of damage for Central Michigan, so probably moves down to 13. And we've seen this in kind of these last few heats that if you're not involved in an accident, you're at least within striking distance of that transfer spot. We've just seen a lot of mistakes tonight. We knew it was going to come down to it with just this track being so much different than the first two that we've seen this season at Charlotte and Daytona. Can't imagine what it's going to be like when we go to Martinsville, though. I know that's a little bit later in the season, but man, just anticipating what that event is going to look like, it's going to be quite something. I think a lot of entertainment in the College Series there.
Just because we haven't seen Martinsville in eNASCAR competition at all, I don't think it's been run. It's not been run in the Coke Series in a long time, at least a minimum, if ever. So that'll be a new experience, even for some of the drivers who have Coke Series experience. They will not have run Martinsville in official eNASCAR competition. Now, of course, you have, the NASCAR iRacing Series, A, B, and C races that run there regularly throughout your standard 13-week seasons as you look at the battle for third and then the battle for the transfer position. But Martinsville going to be brand new, the most similar track to this on the schedule. But Taylor Burris, that's not particularly saying much given how much sort of sweeping, flowing nature Iowa has, especially when you run through the corners compared to Martinsville, which is drag race, brakes, turn, rinse, wash, repeat.
Yeah, I mean, here it certainly is the case there, and these are two totally different tracks, but it's still going to provide a little bit of help for short track style action and how we'll see these drivers aggressively get up on the wheel and be aggressive to get around their competitors. That's what we're probably going to be the closest thing we'll see when we get ready for Martinsville. It's trouble for the Rollins College driver, McClear around. He was having such a good run, but now out of it as we watch the battle between Thompson and Vila. University of Houston moving up into the third position as they are just now 3-0 in men's basketball right now, looking to try to continue on with a strong charge in this season as they have a little bit of a matchup next Sunday against Auburn University, as now more trouble as that happens with the rivalry of another lap car getting involved with the lead lap drivers.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Houston's going to be very much in the mix, I think, for a national title in basketball. Played Florida pretty close for most of the national championship game. There were points where they had the opportunity to pull away from the Gators and just couldn't do it. So I have to believe that a lot of people down in Cougarland are on a sort of redemption arc, I would say, looking for an opportunity to go claim that national title, go one step better, and if you bring in some of the echoes of Feist and Playa Majama and some of the great players that came through there in the 80s, headlined by Hakeem Olajuwon, but plenty of great players that have come through the Houston Cougar program. Here's Dylan Basin getting it done and back into the win column, victorious in this first round race. And then it's Joey Cruz who's able to finish just ahead of Hammonds and get the final automatic transfer spot into the second round. So Alexander Hammonds and everybody else going into the LCQ, including this driver, John McClear. One more look at the finishing order from this second of the two first-round races. Basin, Schaefer, Thompson, Sprouse, Vila, Newbigging, Brown, Cruz. Your 8 to advance directly. Hammonds on back. We'll see him here momentarily in the LCQ.
Absolutely. John McClear, Diego Vallada's going to be excited here. Brockton Packard has a lot to do. One thing to keep in mind, if I remember correctly, no UNC drivers have made it into next week's event, while UNOH has.
One more LCQ this evening. One more opportunity to look at some of these faces as we'll set the grid for our last chance qualifiers. Shelley and Hammonds, your two starting from the front row, and Edward Sanchez might need a little bit of luck from that card to make his way into the top 10.
Tough couple of heavy hitters in colleges here with Clemson's Jake Hall and West Virginia, Joseph Trukowski out there in row 5.
Going to be a long sledding for a couple of these drivers involved in some incidents early. Brockton Packard's got some work to do. Joey Pree for Virginia Tech. Several names that we would expect to be moving on. Going to have to face it from the LCQ here in this one.
Broom, Kahn, Andrex, Robert, Burbank. Your final 5 drivers. 23 to start, 10 to advance. Everybody else from 11th on back going home and starting their winter break in the College Series a little bit early as we'll look one more time at a Logitech G race analysis.
25 laps here for the drivers. Top 10. You advance to the second round. Congratulations here. And for 11th on through 24th, enjoy your Christmas break. Enjoy your winter break. And we'll see you next year in February up in Michigan. And unfortunately, you will be eliminated.
Drivers with the opportunity to get going here momentarily. Pace car getting set to roll. And big opportunities for these drivers yet. Lots of stories to be told left in this third group. Reminder, while they get ready to start their pace laps, that NASCAR 25 is now available on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and Series S, and Steam. And the Gold Edition of the game features the full base game and the Season Pass, which includes a variety of in-game currency and bonuses, as well as 3 DLC packs offering over 230 paint schemes and fire suits. And you can visit NASCAR25.com for more information on how to pick that up and get going and have a ball with it. See if you can build out your career and build a team capable of competing for the Bill France Cup. Drivers are on pace laps here in this LCQ for group number 3. Taylor Burris, what are you watching for in this race based upon what we've seen so far tonight?
Well, it's going to be about two things, patience and aggression. For those who are inside that top 10, let's just say, it's going to be patience, not pushing the envelope, getting to the end of this race to advance to the second round. 11th on back, it's going to be a little bit of chaos of how quickly you can work your way up through the field and how much aggression are you going to go to take the fight to get in that top 10.
So, how much fun are we going to have waiting and watching and seeing just how nutty this could get? And how much are these drivers going to be on pins and needles, especially with the way the beginning of that last first round race played out with the incident towards the back of the field? How nervous are you, I think, if you're starting towards the back, just to make sure that you don't end up in trouble and you end up not even having a chance to race? There were a handful of drivers in that second first round race who never really had a shot to race at all because they got damaged early. And they'd love to avoid falling that same fate once again. Base cars off. Green flag is out. Isaac Shelley leads this field to green. Fanning out everywhere as one truck gets sideways in the back. I believe that might have been Jacob Martin, as we'll continue to see Isaac Shelley go after things here and really take off from the front of this field. Hammonds with a good run on the outside of Edward Sanchez as they continue to go.
Great fighting up through the field right now as they're going to go 3 wide heading into turn 1 here. Watch these drivers as Andrix is holding that 10th spot, but he is under immense pressure. Here comes the Razorback of Jamalin around with Shapiro in hot pursuit. Contact. Around goes Brockton Packard around, and he will collect a couple of other drivers in the mix as they still try to hold on as they come around. And here goes the Delaware Blue Hen driver of Andrix. Hold on for dear life. Unfortunately, could not save the car.
Everybody spinning all over the place trying to hang on to their pieces as we've got more drivers falling off the back end of things. Your transfer right now is Ethan Shapiro, and Andrew Jamelin and Joey Preba right there with him.
That's just so difficult. You can see the frustration there. I believe that was Packard that we got to look at, who was involved in that incident. And again, you think about these drivers, some of which were involved in the Heat 1 crashes. There's another one, the Tennessee Tech driver, half spins off of turn 2. We'll try to get that thing rolling in the right direction. That for some of these drivers, they didn't make it past lap 1 of their heat. Now they're in the LCQ. They don't make it past lap 1 of the LCQ. And like you were saying earlier in the night, James, that this is kind of consequential that we don't race for another 3 months or so. So this is going to be tough for the likes of Marler, for Davies to reconcile with that we still have quite a bit of time before they get the opportunity to try and redeem themselves in our next race.
In particular, as we take a look at the replay, see what happened to Marler and how he got loose, then got pile driven by one of the Delaware drivers. Couldn't tell exactly who that was, but or one of the Rollins drivers, rather. That might have been Was that McClear, perhaps? Not sure. Yes, it was John McClear. But in particular, field for Belmont Abbey's Jacob Martin, who got swept up in an incident in turn 2, lap 1 of his first round race, and got swept up turn 1, lap 1 in this race. So not really an opportunity for him to race and really have a shot at this at all. But sometimes that's the way luck goes here. There's certainly more than a few drivers who have had bad luck tonight.
Absolutely. As we watch this battle here, great to see some of the biggest colleges battling it out right now. West Virginia versus Clemson as they duke it out. You also got the University of Texas at Dallas in the mix as well. A Valle who is having a great run here in this LCQ.
Continuing to shuffle along and work his way here, Shelley, Hammond, Sanchez, Davis, your top 4. Hall currently running 5th. Preeb, your transfer, and this battle just all kinds of fun to watch. And Preeb just sort of hanging off the back end of it. Cooper Broom is the one who has the challenge of trying to run down Joey Preeb. And last time by, Broom was faster by about 1/10 of a second. So this could get fun here if we get a little bit of green flag racing. Broom a little bit faster. Preeb, of course, stepped right on the rear deck lid of Ethan Shapiro. So could be changing way. Preeb's approaching his laps, but it could be fun to see that. And then if something happens between these 4 drivers that we see battling on screen now, there's another opportunity that might open up for someone.
How about this right quick? Next Friday night, the Shriners Children's Charleston Classic, West Virginia versus Clemson for the men's basketball event. So that's going to be one to watch, and good to see that these two are going to go head-to-head here on the track as well.
Right about that time when we get the in-season tournaments in college basketball that are pretty well known around the portion of the year right around Thanksgiving, as we go on board with Ethan Shapiro representing Babson College, driver out of West Hills, New York, trailing Arkansas's Andrew Jamelin, and those two trying to catch up to the quartet fighting for position ahead of them.
And just try to improve every position and spot that you can. Has a little bit of room to play with, though. Preeb is about a truck length back for Virginia Tech right now, still currently in. But just, again, nobody here is safe as Preeb. You could see very easily, if anything, Shapiro gives up that spot. So that's kind of an interesting move right there. You can see Kahn, again, this is 2 spots back of that transfer. Broom is the one who's on the outside trying to get in, and that's right where Shapiro's at. So very quickly we said Shapiro can kind of settle in, but loses the 9th spot, and now may have his hands full trying to fend off for 10th position.
As far as Kahn in 12th, another one of those mascots of the evening contenders, the University of California at Santa Cruz Banana Slugs. Definitely up there, right up there with the UMKC Ruse that we saw from Alexander Ortega earlier, who got in. Will be competing in week 2. Banana Slug is just sort of hanging out in the 12th position, waiting to see how this battle is going to unfold between Preeb and Shapiro and Broom.
Watching on here as we see some more drivers jockey around for position. The Hills College driver of Davis trying to hold off Tchaikovsky, but don't need to do that here. And I got to say, you got to be careful with that, because here comes the hard chargers of Preeb, Jamalin, and Shapiro coming into this battle as well. You don't want to do that. You want to try to keep as far away, give yourself enough room.
They've strung out here nicely in a line. I think they finally decided to let this sort of calm down a little bit, recognizing that Cooper Broom has a ton of speed. I think that's the one thing I'm noticing amongst this bunch of drivers. Broom is consistently a 10th up minimum on everybody else here. Now, there's a question that remains as to how much tire he has left in this car, but Cooper Broom is the one that can sort of stir up this drink. If he can get anywhere alongside Ethan Shapiro, we're going to have a battle for the transfer spot.
And I think it's going to happen sooner rather than later, as Cooper Broom, I mean, he's already there. 9 laps to go, plenty of time to try to set something up. And Broom, you could see off the corner there, even with his webcam, you get a good look at how little that wheel is moving around. You can see kind of those 3 stripes that indicate kind of the NASCAR logo and the type of wheel that he's using. Not a lot of movement. It's barely moving even when he's in the corner, so feels very smooth. and carrying a lot of speed through the center. Meanwhile, Shapiro just looking a little bit freer, especially off the corner. But again, 7 laps to go. Let's see if he can make that move.
Can he make that move? Can there be some moves made here? Shelley, Hammond, Sanchez, Hall, Valle, Davis, Trukowski, Preeb, Jamelin, and Shapiro. As it stands, big drive there from Shapiro in the corner to cut the run off of Cooper Broom, who's not had the opportunity to draw even and/or alongside yet. I think Broom might have caught the fence there down the front straightaway. Lost about a car length to Shapiro, entering turn 1 that time by.
That might be a big help right there because Broom was able to get around here as Sanchez. I gotta say, I think he's the cork in the bottle right now because Jake Hall was able to get around. They have lost so much time to your top 2. It's 4 seconds the gap for them, and Sanchez is just trying to hold every which way he can to make sure he transfers into that second round.
Jake Hall in a really good spot to transfer and make it on. We'll go on board with Shapiro and Cooper Broom. These are the 2 racing for the transfer spot. Babson College and the University of Louisiana at Monroe. The Warhawk trying to fly up into the top 10, but no room to the inside or the outside of Shapiro just yet.
And already just 4 laps to go. It's crazy how quickly that time just starts to run out of the hourglass, and we've seen a time or two, especially between Ortega and Ennis. It can get pretty physical. We can see some contact made. So Shapiro got to be cognizant here of everything that's going on. You can see full focus. Hardly either one of them are blinking right now. They're locked in. Task at hand. Oh, that brush to the outside wall is not going to help Broom, though, off of turn 2. Hope that he didn't get any damage out of that. I don't believe he did. But nevertheless, going to slow him up a little bit. And you can see the frustration as he's a little bit loose. That's going to cost him a ton of time with 2 to go.
That's going to cost him a spot in the next round is what that's going to do. That's going to cost Cooper Broom the opportunity to transfer just about. Shapiro now, call it 8, 9, 10 seconds clear of Faraz Khan. And all Shapiro has to do now is just bring this around and not make any sort of crazy moves. Shapiro on course to transfer. 1 lap to go in this LCQ.
How about this, though, for Shelley as he heads down the back straightaway for the final time here in this LCQ. Did what he needed to do. Get there, hold position, and run away. Congratulations, University of Northwestern Ohio, to get the LCQ win for Isaac Shelley.
Isaac Shelley, winner of the LCQ. Ethan Shapiro going to be the last one to transfer in, and Faraz Khan, the first driver on the outside looking in. Good look here. Patrick Shuren, last driver on the lead lap to finish off proceedings. And so now we have our 10 that will move on into the second round race. It's Shelley, Hammonds, Hall, Sanchez, Davis, Valle, Trukowski, Preeb, Jamelin, Shapiro. The 10 that move on.
Unfortunately, though, for Faraz Khan, Cooper Broom, and everyone else, well, enjoy your winter break, and we'll see you in February.
These drivers all getting an opportunity to maybe get an early start on the Great Lakes Gauntlet at Michigan International Speedway, including Davies, Marlar, and Hendricks. As we have one more race for the evening. This is the second round race in Group 3. Final race of this week. Next week, we'll be at it for the semis, the LCQ, and the finals, featuring 39 drivers, of which we're going to take 13 from the field. You see here Wyatt Tinsley, Matthew Zwack, Dylan Basin, all with Coach Series and College Series experience, starting top 3 in this.
Some of the top names there, but we also have Mateo Mitchell and Zach Sprouse and Abram Vila, some major heavy hitters going at it here in this grouping. And I got to say, watch out for the University of Houston.
Back here on this third page, I would look at Aaron Brown, Jackson Anderson. How about Alexander Simmons, Isaac Shelley? I mean, again, it just kind of almost listed all of them there, but got some experience starting up front. Let's see if they can use that to their advantage here.
Jay called it a really composed run, I think. The Clemson Tiger with an opportunity to maybe gain a few spots, and then some friendly foes there back end of this grid. Trukowski and Jerry Preeb, West Virginia, Virginia Tech. We know those schools don't necessarily love each other. And the Jamelin and Shapiro, your 25th and 26th starters, trying to work their way into the top 13. That's the number we're looking at for the second round race in Group 3 is one more time. Tonight we take a look at our Logitech G-Track analysis.
For the final time here tonight in Group 3 for the second round race, 50 laps around the circuit, top 13. Well, we will see you next week for the money and for the points. 14th to 26th, unfortunately, you will be eliminated. Enjoy your winter break, and we'll see you in February.
So, one more opportunity, one more race tonight. One more chance for these drivers to claim themselves a spot amongst the top 39 and get points, which if you're trying to chase after the season-long title, and I think of Zwack in particular is the immediate standout, Zach Sprouse as well, as Sanchez having some trouble, I think. I had to get the card out and took a little bit to get his truck going and moving there, but Sanchez going for Baruch College and getting the opportunity to run a Golden Thumb trophy. I'm beginning to think nobody has more stories to tell than Edward Sanchez in this college series, because he's got some sort of object for everything, it seems like, Taylor.
He certainly does. The only thing is hopefully it does not mess him up to where he misses out on advancing to next week.
Something to watch for as Wyatt Tinsley will lead the field to green. Another opportunity to remind you all that if you register for one of the time attacks and participate in one of the time attacks, you will automatically be entered for a chance to win a prize pack, including a Logitech G923 True Force racing wheel and pedal set for the Xbox or PC, and iRacing credits. More information and the full rules are available at pcl.tg/pages/eNASCAR. You'll also get a College Series shirt if you register, so you'll get that regardless of whether or not you win the wheel, but you give yourself a chance to win the wheel as well. Wyatt Tinsley, Dylan Basin, Matthew Zwack, three big-time drivers at the front who have eyes on more than just the second round race, more than just the semifinals, but to get to the finals of the Harvest Cup, you have to go through the gauntlet. Green flag out here when Tinsley takes his opportunity to get to the restart zone and go. Green flag is out. We are off, and we are racing with the second round event for Group 3 here in the Harvest Cup at Iowa. Tinsley Basin tied together at the moment. Nothing between them. Everybody double filed mostly here. Now starting to look three wide a little bit further back.
Gotta say, that move with Basin on the outside, we saw the driver in second kind of get caught jumping that restart. With Basin, that was awfully close. Doesn't look like he's going to get a penalty for it, but that was about as well as you could time that restart as he's trying to get by Wyatt Tinsley up front. There's Gingras right there, kind of in the heart of everything right now in 15th, still a couple of positions behind the transfer, but probably, I would say, the cleanest start that we've had all night. A lot of single file already up front. Didn't see too much three wide over those opening couple of laps, so you could definitely see the fact that this is a 50-lapper and not a 25-lapper in the approach of these drivers through the opening couple of laps.
Yeah, I think that's a really, really good point, that these drivers are aware of it and they are racing like it, as Isaac Shelley trying to work to the outside of Douglas Newbegin for the transfer as it stands. This is a look at that battle here just ahead of them. You've got Palmer Hogg and Aaron Brown, who were pretty competitive in their first round races too. So two drivers to keep watch on here as Newbegin slides just out of it. Shelley now in control of 13th.
Great little fight here amongst them as they try to negotiate. There you see Vila trying to work his way further up the running order, moving up into the top 10. Now he'll cut down to the bottom to get around Mitchell for 8th position. Can't quite do it as Mitchell shuts the door. And I'm trouble though further back as multiple cars make contact.
John Hagan up in the fence, probably done with his Harvest Cup, as Hagan will slide all the way back to the 25th position. Newbegin now the driver in the transfer spot. Gingras trying to figure out a place to go. One driver up in the fence, and I believe that might have been Palmer Hogg who got the wall coming out of turn 4, and that drags Hogg back into this battle with Newbigin and Gingras and company for the final transfer.
And that was contact that was hard enough. It may have given Hogg some damage. It's hard to tell, but it looks like it might be clear. But nevertheless, if there is a little bit of fender damage, we'll see it one more time. Contact that Hogg was definitely involved with in turns 1 and 2 here at Iowa. And again, that can be tough, not only on that trailing car, but also the car on the top side. If you're that third car and you're 3 wide, it's difficult to fit 3 wide here within the fresh pavement. And you know, if I'm viewing this from a driver's perspective, the old pavement, that's just no man's land. You don't even consider that part of the racetrack, and to be able to do that, it is really difficult, as we see a change for the 3rd position going on right now between Matthew Zwack and Chase Schaefer right now for Michigan and UNOH respectively. Zwack missed out on Daytona and being able to transfer in to the semifinals and the finals, so looking to kind of right those wrongs here at Iowa.
Matthew Zwack working on a top 5 finishing position to make transferring into week 2 very easy work. It is not easy further back, though. This is the transfer battle between Newbigin and Jackson Anderson. And we talked about a lot, I think, especially in the first round and now here in this second round race. Anderson trying to roll the top line, carry some momentum, and keep Newbigin pinned down so he can complete the pass.
Anderson has been having one of those decent runs where he's just been right there on the edge of these races here and doing what he needs to do, find that opening and hold position. He's got to do a little bit better, though. He's got to try to get ahead and get a little bit of a cushion, not be that last driver in this running.
So Anderson with a good run up top, trying to survive and hang on to the high line with an opportunity now maybe to get around Palmer Hogg as well. Look at the way Anderson is rolling the outside groove here, the second groove up, really trying to figure something out pretty well, I think, is Jackson Anderson, and he's done a good job working around some of this traffic here. I wonder how effective he's going to be, or if Shelley's going to get a bump there and get shoved out of the way, got stuck up in the high line. They're 3 wide just behind Hogg, and Newbigin took advantage of all that chaos to try and go down to the inside. They're 3 in the middle of the corner. Anderson holding serve in the middle, trying not to run over Shelley. They're all going to lose track position. That jumbled everything up. Shelley now the transfer. Anderson lost all the track position.
Anderson got a little physical in his heat as well to advance. You see a little bit more contact here with Shelley trying to hang on to that position. But again, this is about the time where we start to see the handling go away. We've seen a more conservative approach from most of these drivers, so I think we'll have to wait till maybe lap 20, lap 25 before we really start to see the differences there. Anderson, one of the, I would say, more frequent competitors that are here in the College Series that you could see running pretty much at any hour in the official side of iRacing and C fixed races. So he has a lot of experience here, but he's going to have to miss that wreck, and he does. But unfortunately, Newbigin does not. Gets half spun through the infield grass, and that is going to cost him a number of positions, as Anderson's going to try to gain several spots out of that and bring Gingras with him.
Gingras there, and Jake Hall. I had a feeling Jake Hall might race his way up into the bubble. I was very impressed with how composed Hall was in his last chance qualifier here, and all of a sudden, with some of that contact, Hall is the first driver on the outside looking in, but he's also gained 5 spots, which is as good as anybody up at this part of the field. Shelley's in the same boat too. Shelley also up 5 spots. Anderson up 4. Brown up 4 just ahead. So all these drivers around the bubble, they've come from the back, taken advantage of misfortune and mistakes from drivers who started up ahead of them, and they just sort of raced their way into good fortune. And now Hall with the opportunity to potentially race his way into the second week of action.
Absolutely right now, and as a matter of fact, for the Clemson team, they are currently on a good little run right now in their runnings here today as they get themselves set to go as we go on board with Eastern Shores Community College, Aaron Brown, and he's got the cord, he's got the Santa hat, he's focused in trying to catch up and maybe get around Abram Vila here from University of Houston as he works his way, trying to find that opening around the outside. We've seen it happen later in the run where that worked, but could it be a little too early for him right now? That's going to be the takeaway for the time being.
think that is going to be something we'll watch here on board now. Chris Bryant there looking off the back of Bryant's truck. Currently running in the 4th spot. Did not have the luck he wanted in Charlotte, but making up for it more so here and then some. Looking like a pretty easy transfer into the second week of competition if this holds. Of course, a lot that can happen and change between now and then. As it stands, Chris Bryant in good shape to advance the Greenville, South Carolina native with the top 5 run. Zach Sprouse there running just about even lap times, maybe a little bit slower even than Chris Bryant. So good out back by about 5 or 6 and good out front by about 5 or 6 as well. This is Mateo Mitchell out of Maynard, Massachusetts. We've not said Mitchell's name all that much, but Mitchell's been very consistent, quietly running top 10 in both his first and second round races. And Mitchell currently 7th. Wyatt Thompson maybe a truck length or 2 behind, but UNOH having a very strong evening, as you pointed out earlier, Taylor Burris.
I would have to say they are pretty much have been dominating. I mean, no UNC Charlotte drivers are going to be in next week's competition by the looks of it. It's all UNOH who will fire off and get possibly, maybe almost all of them, if not maybe a couple might be missing out. But Zach Sprouse, George Mason University, making sure that Patriot is holding strong here as they look to try to get another shot of moving on to next week.
Zach Sprouse continuing to track down Chris Bryant, trying to reel him in, maybe get a top 5 spot really loose there off the corner. You can see how much the camera's wiggling and how much he had to try and gather it up. Wyatt Thompson's just a little bit behind this battle, trying to reel in Mateo Mitchell, but top 8 all looking very composed. Not really a battle worth mentioning or noting of sorts per se until we get to Jackson Anderson in 11th. That's where the fun really starts. So these drivers just continuing to click off laps. We're almost halfway through this second round race, so we now turn our attention back to that battle for 11th. Anderson, Shelley, Gingras, Hall all knotted together as they have been. I can't particularly tell Joey Cruz is able to run down any of these. I haven't particularly seen that much more speed out of Cruz than anybody else behind this group, but Blake, we've seen how much these tires age and how the handling of these trucks can change in the second 25 laps. That is exclusive, or I guess are exclusive rather, to the second round.
Yeah, it's important, and probably the most fallout that we've seen throughout the course of the season. I think important that, you know, a track like Iowa was on the schedule, that we have some drivers that maybe struggled at Charlotte, Daytona. Again, it's kind of just, you know, you're a victim of the draft and a whole bunch of different circumstances and variables that determine your fate there. But I think, you know, when we were kind of going through the field right there of those drivers that are in the top 13, you know, a Thompson, a Bryant, a Zach Sprouse, you know, drivers that, you know, when they're having to press the brake and you know, it's a little more challenging, and you have a surface that, especially here at Iowa, that changes between fresh and old asphalt, and even on the straightaway, you kind of have to make sure that you're paying attention. I think that's why it's important that a track like Iowa was on the schedule. It really tests these drivers' skill set. The longest run that we've had at this point, the College Series schedule has been this 50-lapper that all of these groups have been going through tonight. And as we cross it, you know, the cross flags, and we're into the second half of this, it's when we've really started to see those drivers shine, and it really suits their skill set. And again, you couldn't really hide here that if you had this track figured out, you were going to perform very well. And if it was a struggle, it was going to be a little bit of an uphill climb for you to try to advance through this bracket. This has been the toughest, I think, round of the bracket when you talk about Charlotte, Daytona, that we've come up to this point. This has been the most difficult one to advance through for some.
I think you bring up a great point about not being able to rest at a lap here in Iowa, and I want to dig into that a little bit, just because you watch these drivers here go from the back straightaway to turn 3 and 4. You come out here in turn 4, it seems like every other lap you're liable to lose the truck and lose the handling on the corner car exit, get loose, spin it out, spin it down to the grass. We've seen that a few times. Then you have to make sure that you don't lose the rear end of the car braking on entry. And then this transition off of turn 2 is one of the longest transitions, especially on the high side. You don't necessarily hit the flat of the straightaway until you're about almost maybe 40% down the actual straightaway itself. And then the transition back up into the banking starts really early. So even on that back straightaway, Taylor Burst, there's not a lot of time to breathe, to rest, take a pause. You are just about always on it here every time you are turning a lap at Iowa.
Absolutely, and of course, one of these drivers that we're watching here is Joey Trebe, who is having a little bit of an ACC matchup against Georgia Tech as he is trying to hold on and get his chance to get around fourth position. As a matter of fact, this Thursday night is actually the prelim finals between these two in both swimming and diving. So a little bit of fun going on here, prelude to the swimming competition between the two colleges. Has trouble right there for Hammonds as he taps the wall.
This battle for 16th and 17th on the racetrack, the Ramblin' Wreck and the Techmen fighting for position here and potentially opening up an opportunity for Diego Valle, who could do something. Oh, he got shipped. Alexander Hammonds got sent right up the racetrack. Pre was done waiting, moved him out of the way, and here comes Valle to the inside, and Joseph Davis now entering the picture for position.
Hate to tell him, but this is all happening, 2 seconds or so behind the transfer, so they can slug it out here as much as they want, but they still have a lot of ground to try and make up, and I think that's why you see that aggression. They pretty much know at this point, you know, if you get involved in something like this, you kind of just have to do it quickly and hope things turn out and just not really look back. As you could see, a little bit of Atlantis Coast Conference action going on there in turn one.
ACC getting physical over there in turn one at Iowa. Keeping an eye on Preeb. Yes, to your point, not only are they about 5 or 6 spots back, they also are about, call it maybe 2 seconds back. Forgive my math, but 2 seconds back of the transfer spot that Mick Gingras currently holds. So they've got work to do and 15 laps to do it, Taylor Burr, so they want any shot of racing next week in this.
Yeah, they got only a little bit of time, but they can't be doing too much of that because then they're going to lose touch with your drivers here. And so far, Hall is doing what he needs to do, just slowly starting to reel them in a little bit more at a time. And I say, given the chance, he may try to take the fight there to both Bringus and Shelley.
Abraham Vila looking to the inside of Wyatt Thompson for 8th and 9th on the racetrack. These two have been pretty much attached at the hip this whole second round race. But a fun battle between these two. Both of them in good shape to transfers. So at this point, especially if you're in the top 10, you're pretty much racing for fun. It's really only about, once you get to Brown, Anderson, and Shelley and Gingras in particular, where you have to worry. And Hall, for as much as Hall hasn't faded from this battle, as the first truck on the outside looking in, Hall hasn't really been able to do anything to gain on Gingras or Shelley either.
That's been the challenge, and you're hoping if you're Hall and some of these other drivers that some of this side-by-side is going to help you. But again, this is all happening just, so far in front of this transfer battle. Sprouse and Vila right now. And again, we don't want anything like what we saw happen with Trippiano, where he was well in the top 5. Scraped the outside wall, a little bit of contact with Timmy Holmes, and then all of a sudden, his bid to try to make it to the semifinals next week is over. So you're battling up here, but we have seen it, throughout the course of the night. That doesn't necessarily mean that you're in a safe position here. Bottom hand of your screen, 12th, 13th, Gingras and Shelley in at the moment. But Jake Hall, that Clemson Tiger, starting to kind of rear his head right now and starting to make up some ground. That interval is shrinking with 10 laps to go.
Keeping an eye on Shelley in particular because Gingras just made the pass to move up to 12th. So might Shelley's truck be fading here in the closing stages? Or would that potentially open up an opportunity for Hall? UNOH doing a good job here. They've got multiple drivers that are going to race next week. They'd love to add Shelley to that list as Vila now beginning to fight. I believe that's with Zach Sprouse. So Vila with a really nice job in the second half of this race. Vila saved his tires. That might be someone to watch in week 2 because the races are going to be longer. So you've got an opportunity potentially to take advantage of a good long run pace. It looks like Vila's got that as much as anyone else in this field. And the last time by, only a 10th off of your leader, Dylan Basin.
Not a bad deal, I have to say, as well as we watch this action. So to think about this, the final round next week is 62 laps. So we're going to go an additional 12 laps next week for the final. So it's really interesting to see how this plays out for some of our drivers. Basin has some good long run pace. Vila is starting to show that good long run pace that you touched on, James, where we could see some of these drivers work their way up and maybe be in contention for the scholarship money.
So, keeping eyes here on Isaac Shelley. Good look here at your leader, Dylan Basin, clear by 2.7 seconds. That's something else that I think we've seen consistently, Blake McCandless. The leaders of these first and second round races in particular, they get clean air, they're gone. So clean air, I think probably is going to matter next week here more than it had at Charlotte or Daytona. So we didn't necessarily see people walk away like they have here in Iowa. But tonight, if you've been out front, if you've had a good starting spot, you've been able to take advantage of it, it's been big. This could also get really big, too, because you've got a 3-truck battle here for the end. And now you've got Brown, Anderson, and Gingras fighting for position. Shelley's fallen off the back of this group. Hall has 2. So maybe not so much drama with regards to who may get in. If these drivers don't wreck each other, they have to make sure they stay off each other to accomplish that first.
Yeah, and Richmond, I think, is a great example because we don't really see the trucks run Iowa in real life, but Richmond is probably a great comparison, and yes, the aero plays a big role there in being able to move around. And of course, you do have multiple grooves here. You have different ways you can attack the corner. But again, when the margin between a lot of these top competitors, in this race, you see a Basin, a Tinsley, as WAC, they're all so close together that just that little bit of an advantage of not having to worry about moving your lane or adjusting anything. That's why I think we've seen the margins we've had where, if a Clampett gets out in clean air, it's 3 seconds by the time 50 laps is over. And those are drivers that probably are within a couple hundredths every lap that they run, but just that much of an advantage pays dividends when the margins are that close.
Final four to transfer in. The larger screen you see, the smaller screen in the corner. Your leader, Dylan Basin, ahead by 3.3 seconds with 2 laps to go in the second round race.
Exciting to see how this all plays out as we'll see some new faces make their debut next week here in the action. And, of course, some of the major favorites continuing here as we get set to see Basin make his return to main event action possibly next week in the Harvest Cup.
Struggled with internet issues at Daytona. Didn't even get a chance to make it out, I believe, of his last chance qualifier, and he will rebound on a track that is not a drafting track with authority. Dylan Basin going to come across the line and win the second round race of Group 3 to try and vault himself back into title contention. Meanwhile, further back, Isaac Shelley will be the last truck that advances from this second round race into week 2. So Shelley makes it. Hall on back in 14th are done for the calendar year in College Series. Dylan Basin picked up a little bit of right rear damage, I see, on that truck, and is going to park it and finish things off. Alexander Hammonds was one of the last trucks in the lead lap, got a little bit of a lick the stamp and send there from Joey Preve. That was the moment that we caught on our broadcasts, and he'll park it in and finish it up. And a lot of these trucks now just pulling it back into pit road and getting ready either for one more week of action in the Harvest Cup or getting done for the holiday season. A look here at Dylan Basin, who drifts it through the corner and provides us with, I guess that counts as a Logitech G winning moment. Thanks to Logitech G, the official wheel and pedals to the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. But Blake, he caught the fence there a little bit. Might have lost it on that drift midway through.
I mean, come on. If you're going to do that, we see people in official series do it all the time. If you're going to drift, you gotta stick it. You can't wreck it. That's why I don't do it, because I'm not good enough at it. But some of those guys, like Blake Reynolds, ought to be able to teach him how to do that.
King and master of the right rear tire, Blake Reynolds in particular. Or go call our buddy Keenan Kusin. He's pretty good at that drift thing, too. You see 11th, 12th, 13th on this particular page. Anderson, Brown, Shelley, all advancing to next week. Haul on down. Gonna have to try again in the Great Lakes Gauntlet in February in Michigan. Sounds daunting just off of, real life temperatures alone, but the challenge that Michigan presents is going to be one that these drivers get a little bit extra time to figure out. That'll be next on the College Series calendar.
Also, a lot of upsets to think about, too. You see UCF, Clemson, West Virginia, Virginia Tech, all eliminated. And unfortunate for our favorite, Edward Sanchez, right there in Baruch College, not able to advance either.
Sanchez got loose, I want to say it was lap 2, I think, coming out of turn 4, and just never had the opportunity to race his way in. Meanwhile, these are the drivers that have the opportunity to make a statement and potentially claim the Harvest Cup as their own. Here's a look at the 39 names you'll see competing next week for some scholarship money and the right to claim the Harvest Cup to round out our calendar year of racing in the eNASCAR College iRacing Series.
Some new names, some familiar faces, all out here competing in the competition. And one thing also to look at here, no UNC drivers. UNOH went out there and brought 3 drivers over to compete in next week's event.
Schaefer, Shelley, and Mitchell representing UNOH. All 3 of them with an opportunity to race and to advance and compete in our next week's action. And Blake McCandless, this is now what we have left. 5 races, 3 semifinals, the last chance qualifier, and 1 final race to determine the Harvest Cup and finish off our 2025.
Well, again, I think we're set up very well. You think about all the front runners that we saw that dominated each of their respective heats or LCQs when they got out front, the likes of a Dylan Basin or Dylan All, Euroshack, those guys that were up front and super competitive. Well, the reason they were able to do that is because the competition they were facing wasn't quite as strong. So I think we get all those drivers together next week. It's going to make it very competitive at a track that, again, is multi-groove, that has progressive banking. I think we're tuned in for a great show next week, Taylor.
Absolutely. I got to say, there is some drivers out here who are going to be hungry to get back up to the front of the field and back up at the top of the leaderboard. Dylan Basin, one of them. He missed out last time at his home track. So I'm pretty sure he's going to be out for a little revenge here. But I think the biggest thing going into next week is whoever gets the front row, that is where is going to possibly determine who will be the dominant factor and the dominant driver going into that race.
Who will be that driver is a good question. Qualifying, I think, is going to matter a lot as well when we start looking at week 2 of the Harvest Cup. Our semifinals, one more last chance qualifier, and the finals coming your way next Wednesday night, November 19th, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. eNASCAR.com/live, the iRacing and NASCAR Twitch channels, amongst others, places where you can watch all the action and we can figure out who will claim the Harvest Cup for their own to close out 2025 in the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. Plenty of action to come your way next week, but we'll have to wait to see who ends up walking away with the Harvest Cup. For our partners at eNASCAR, Play vs. College League, and Logitech G, for our director Drew Adamson and the entire production team at iRacing, for my colleagues in the booth, Taylor Burris and Blake McCandless, I am James Pike. Thank you so much for watching Week 1 of the Harvest Cup. We will see you 1 week from tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern, eNASCAR.com/live for Week 2, when we find out who walks away with the Harvest Cup in Iowa.
Big dreams for a big problem.